From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off and running on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Always good to have you with us as we are live across the entire nation. Coming up on this midweek edition, of course, we will tell you if we cashed or crashed when it came to the bets we made on yesterday's show. We'll also check in on the debut of Kansas City slugger Jack Caglione, how he fared in his major league debut. Tibbs is gone from the Knicks. We'll get into that as well. In 20 minutes, we'll head to the NFL and decide which players truly belong on the league's all-paid team as we examine some of the money being doled out. That's followed by the return of a classic at 6:40. We'll tell you what that is. During the 7 o'clock hour, we'll make our favorite plays today on the diamond, talk some Stanley Cup hockey as well. We get the Oilers and the Panthers tonight in Game 1 of that series as they play for the World Championship. Then it's our Game 1 preview of the NBA Finals coming your way during the 8 o'clock hour, followed by more picks and the Donkster. I am Michael Jenkins in the nation's capital. She's Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville. Good morning, Chelsea.
Yeah, good morning. About 3 seconds before we went on air, I realized I have magic marker all over my hand.
Nice.
Maybe you can't see it, but it's like orange because Blake was making a pennant yesterday, which everybody in the Y play at the Y didn't know what a pennant was. So they were making those little flags. They're like felt and you color on them. Because like this is a baseball thing, right? Do they do this in other sports or is it just for baseball? Like the pennant. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. I think they do it for all sports, especially football. I had a ton of football pennants growing up, like hanging around in my room. I think they're probably more prominent in baseball, especially because you hear,
They won the pennant.
Yankees win the pennant. You're right. You win the pennant. But I definitely had plenty of pennants growing up. Who was she making a pennant for? The Rockies?
Well, they did win 2 in a row.
There you
Don't
go.
let them get hot. It wasn't for a specific team, but she does like soccer. So she put like soccer stickers on it. She put unicorns on it. She put Care Bears. So I wouldn't say it was for a specific team, just things she liked because she was 5.
She's cheering for fun. There's nothing wrong with that. She's cheering for fun. Unicorns, rainbows, dolls, and maybe some soccer. How's her soccer going?
She loves soccer. So we
Yeah?
got some new cones and she puts them in the yard and she kicks around them. She's not like the best at it, but like she's also 5. And I feel like it's important for kids to try like just about everything. But going back to the pennant, I'm trying to remember because I used to have these in my room. Is that this is what you used to sell if you were a fan of a team in baseball. I feel like I haven't seen them in a while. Like maybe at like a TGI Fridays or like sports bars. But like when's the time? Maybe it's because we're older and like people don't decorate their room with like sports garb anymore.
No, it's true.
Like I don't have posters in my room. That's not really, an adult way to interior decorate. When's the last time you saw one of these in somebody's house?
Oh, gosh. Well, I have a friend of mine, and he has a really awesome sports basement. We do the sports basement on the show. He has a really awesome man cave. Yeah, it was a man cave. And so he has so much memorabilia of all of his favorite teams. And one of the things that he has is like an old school pennant. But here's the thing. He's an adult, but it's, it's curated. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of old school things there. It's framed. It's not like he bought a pennant recently and just pinned it up on his wall, which is what I did when I was a kid.
Do people still have posters on their wall as children? Like I feel like now I see these kids' rooms on Pinterest and they're curated as well. Like I don't know if like ugly posters just mismatched are even a thing anymore because everybody's parents are just like so well-to-do and so put together. I don't know if this is a thing.
I don't think it is. You're going to find out soon enough. You'll be talking to other parents and finding out if, I don't know, Old Zachary down at the playground has a new poster in his room, but I don't think it's a thing.
Well, if it's ugly, I feel like Blake's gonna want it. Like, I feel bad talking about my 5-year-old in a bad way, but like, listen, we go shopping for clothes, and if it's like the most obnoxious character cartoon all over the shoe, that's what she wants. Like, think about the most annoying kids' clothes. Those are the ones she wants. She wants the stuff with glitter. She wants the light up shoes. She wants the shoes that have 17 different colors on them. Nice. And do you know how difficult it is to match an outfit with a shoe that has 17 different colors on it? It's just very busy.
Well, I just hope the unicorns win this weekend after making that panic. That's my hope for Blake. Hey, you know who won last night? Your bets.
Yeah, that was nice. Jenks, you're on a roll. A little tease to your bets. So, squad play for both of us. Rangers and Rays under 8. The Rangers have been one of the hottest teams to the under all season long, and Drew Rasmussen for the Rays has been fantastic. Extending his scoreless streak in this one. I was following this. Even though the Rangers do scratch across one run in this game, Rays win at 5-1. That is an easy winner for the under 8. We will take it.
Nice. I was on that as well. Also had the Cubs on the money line against the Nats. Don't like betting against my guys, but this was, I felt, a bad matchup for Washington. That ended up being the case. Cubs went 8-3. Donkster got a win as well. Perfect night for the crew. Donkster had the Rays on the money line against the Rangers. We did it. We did it. After
for
all
one
this
day.
For,
us and the Rockies.
Yes, us and the Rockies for one day. A perfect day. You are 1-1 for the week. I'm 4-0, and the Donkster 2-0. So we want to get to Tibbs here being fired by the Knicks pretty quickly, but we have to talk about baseball because, I mean, this has been built up for a long time. Last night was the debut of Jack Caglione in St. Louis. The Royals get the win of the Cards, 10-7. The Cards were minus 150, but they do not come home. It is the Royals who come home at plus money. Total set at 8 and the hook, the over hits. Bobby Witt getting things going for the Royals early in the first.
Deep to left center field. Scott's to the track. Scott's at a room, a 2-run homer. Bobby Witt Jr. opens the game with a blast.
He certainly does. That is from FanDuel Sports Network. But Kansas City would eventually go down 5 runs, and they have to rally. That's what they do in the 5th, thanks to Salvador Perez.
Not a home run, but it's a base hit to left. And now Vinny rumbles around third. The Royals have taken the lead in the top of the 5th inning.
Again, FanDuel Sports Network with the call. So good for the Royals. They get the dub. But all eyes were on the rook, Jack Caglione, getting the call up from AAA. We were talking about his potential yesterday with ESPN's Buster Olney. Caglione hit the ball hard in his first at-bat, maybe robbed of a single, but ultimately he goes 0 for 5 in his debut, Chelsea.
Yeah, it's one day, though. And what we hope to be a very long and powerful career, because that's what we all were watching for, is the pure power that Jack Caglione brings to the play with comparisons to Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, and just for his sheer stature, because he is a big guy standing at 6'5". So, yeah, it's one night. He went 0 for 5, but in betting, like we know this, it's a small sample size. You've got plenty of more games to prove what you can do in the big league. So we'll all be rooting for him, or at least I will.
Yeah, absolutely. Early on, 0 for 5, no big deal. He could go off tonight. You just never know. It's baseball. We do have to mention the Rockies. Oh, my God. They did it again. 3-2. Beating the Marlins, the Rockies, plus 150 on the money line. Total set at 8 and a hook, the under hitting. We were saying yesterday on this show, just because of the pitching matchup, maybe the Rockies were a decent bet here. And sure enough, they come home. Hunter Goodman homers for the 3rd time in 2 days. Tyler Freeman, 2 hits. Jordan Beck with 2 hits. The Rockies are now 11-50 on the season. Chelsea, if you want some value, have I got a deal for you? The Rockies are 1,000-1 to win the NL West and also the National League. Don't let the Rocks get hot.
Oh, yes. The team that's still in the division with the LA Dodgers. Just a small gap in between those two teams. But yeah, now they have 11 wins on the season. I think the betting lesson in this is that eventually the market kind of corrects itself a little bit. And we'll maybe see the Rockies start to get like a little bit more credit. Because listen, some of the run lines in their games have been 2.5. Like, you can't even get them on the normal run line. And listen, when the Marlins, who are not a good team either, are like minus 185, like the Marlins are 23-36. It's not like they are some juggernaut that are to be trusted on a daily basis. And we know in baseball, any team can beat any team on any given night. But when it's the Marlins, the Rockies now won the series against the Marlins. So I think that proves that the Marlins are also a bad team, and you should not be laying, anything over like minus 140 for the Marlins.
Well, I might do that today. I don't think the Rocks going to win 3 straight. We'll talk about that later on in the show. A personal beatdown came to Tom Thibodeau yesterday because he has been fired, as you know, as the head coach of the New York Knicks. Led the Knickerbockers to the postseason in 4 or 5 years, including consecutive 50-win seasons for the first time since the 90s, and yet he is done. When the Eastern Conference Finals ended, reporters asked Josh Hart, they asked Jalen Brunson, do you think Coach Tibbs can take you to the next level? They said, absolutely. But clearly, Knicks management felt different. This was the reaction yesterday on Sirius XM NBA radio from Antonio Daniels.
I tell you all the time, Rob, after a team is eliminated, like, the reaction and drastic changes are made. Just the overall outlook, no matter how good or how much that team accomplished. Because realistically speaking, the New York Knicks had a better season this year than they did last year. Because, truth be told, your success is determined by the postseason, not the regular season. Now, we can argue, did their expectation change after they beat the Boston Celtics? Right? Was the standard raised after they beat the Boston Celtics? After they beat a team that many people thought were going to repeat? Did that change the thought process surrounding the New York Knicks? I think this comes down to Tibbs' lack of ability to evolve.
Do you agree with that? I feel like that's sort of the common theme, that Tibbs cannot evolve. I don't like this firing. I disagree with it. There are people on both sides. What do you think?
As somebody who maybe didn't watch every single Knick game this regular season, I did obviously watch them in the postseason. You look at the resume, and I do feel like it's kind of hard to fathom. Like, some of the success that the Knicks had this year compared to what they had been in the past, because even in the tweet that Shams put out, like, it felt like it was very loaded, and maybe Thibodeau's agent had something to do with it. I don't know. But he was pointing this out, that Tom Thibodeau led the Knicks to their first Eastern Conference Finals in 25 years, made the playoffs in 4 of the last 5 years, and led the Knicks to consecutive 50-plus win seasons for the first time since the 1990s. So let's take everything else off the plate. Does this sound like somebody who's doing a good job? I would say so. But again, this is a big market. This is the number one media market in the country. So maybe the standards are a little higher. And I know that there were instances in which people pointed at the other coach and said, hey, Rick Carlisle is doing a much better job making adjustments in this series as opposed to Tibbs. But still, I don't know. I feel like this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't New York City.
Yeah, I agree. I just think this is a knee-jerk reaction is what I think this is. Like, the dust has barely settled, and Knicks management has decided, all right, that's it. The only way to get to the next level, we've got the team in place, we've got to fire the head coach. Like, be careful what you wish for. Seriously. The Milwaukee Bucks did this with Coach Bud a few years ago. They haven't sniffed the NBA Finals since, and now they're stuck with Doc Rivers. And I understand that you can certainly make the argument that Tibbs was perhaps outcoached by Rick Carlisle, but you're taking away from the fact that the Knicks ran into a buzzsaw in the Pacers. The Pacers sliced right through the Cavaliers. And Kenny Atkinson is a great head coach. Like, they're just playing great ball right now, and sometimes you're so focused on yourself, you can't give credit to the other team. Like, Indiana beat Boston on the way here. Then they beat you. The Knicks are not a very deep team, so the Pacers have an advantage there. And certainly Tibbs was still sort of tinkering with the lineup during the postseason. And some people would say, well, he should have done that during the regular season. Yeah, but also he was trying to figure out a solution because New York was losing. And also you have to take into account, who are they going to get? They going to get Michael Malone, who had issues developing a three-point offense with the Nuggets, which the Knicks certainly need. You did Coach Bud down in Phoenix, who did not work out well after leaving Milwaukee. Like, who else is out there that you're going to get? So, yeah, I understand you want to take the next step. You could also take a massive step back.
Yeah, and you also owe him, what, $30 million guaranteed? Yeah. He just signed an extension July of last year. So it does feel like something that was not extremely premeditated, but we'll see how it works out for the Knicks. I'm not sure who they're going to get, but it does feel like a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction.
It does to me. Didn't put in the chat, Jeff Van Gundy, the return. Why not? Bring it back.
Van Gundys.
Bring it back. I want to see Van Gundy hanging off someone's leg during a scrum. For that alone, I'm bringing him back. Coming up next on the show, plenty of players in the NFL are getting paid, but how many of them are actually worth the money? That is coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It's a Wednesday. Week's moving along. Great to have you with us here on the Midweek Edition. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we'll take a look at the NFL's all-paid list. Which players are worth it, which players still need to prove themselves. Chelsea, we did it yesterday. We did it. Yeah, that's right. Well, good for you. Don't want to hear about your personal life, but good for you. We ordered Instacart, finally. Catherine and I have been talking about this. I mean, for 2.5 months, we have gone kind of without groceries. That's pathetic. Like, we have just been eating DoorDash, scrounging up things around the house. Like, what a terrible way just to throw away money. But we have, like yearly pass. Like, maybe we can save some money here. We'll get something. I mean, we're always so busy, and we hate to cook. And there's one particular restaurant, I think I've told you this before, where we are definitely not on DoorDash. We order from them directly because we save a ton of money. They'll just deliver it to us directly. We're easily their best customers. Easily. Like, when they call, they're like, hey, how are you? We're here. If we have a complaint, one time I complained, I heard back within 5 minutes. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And from that point forward, there'd be extra wings in my order. So we have mastered like the local ordering out scene. But finally yesterday we were like, looked at each other like, it's time for us to be adults and to order groceries. So we did it. They were delivered. We're good to go. And so now we're going to save some money and be adults. But it was work.
I feel like sometimes if you're not cooking for an actual family, sometimes it's not that much cheaper to make your own food. Have you ever had this dilemma when you cook for like one person? Because the way that our schedules line up, me and Jake, is that we're not eating dinner at the same time. Yeah. So people are like, oh, you need to cook every meal at home. Do you know how difficult it is to cook for one person at home? Because, like, usually they don't sell, like, individual sized portions of, like, ground beef and chicken. And I understand that you can save some of it, but it is more challenging, and it's also depressing. It's like, here's my little meal for one that I'm cooking. Have you ever ran into this problem? Because sometimes I feel like it's almost cheaper to eat out sometimes as opposed to, like, cooking every meal for yourself when you're just one person.
Oh, I agree. And for me, like, I do not like to cook. I don't say I hate to cook, but I just don't enjoy it. I'm not a good cook.
Me neither.
I can rustle up something. I feel like you're a much better cook than me. I mean, you cooked for your family. You have to be a decent cook.
I have, but I hate it.
I mean, fair. I just don't. To me, I'm like, I'm hungry, and so I want something that I know is going to be good, and I don't have to wait. To me, it's like the whole process. I'm like, ugh. I'm going to spend all this time making something that I'm going to think is okay. Like, I can throw together a sandwich any day of the week, and I'll do that, of course, from time to time, and scramble some eggs or something super basic, but I'm not a good cook. So I'm like, great, I can't wait to spend 20, 25 minutes on something that I'm not really going to enjoy that much. So I think
and then you have to do the dishes.
Yeah. It's even better when how about I get something delivered to me, and maybe I can save some money if I play this the right way. When I'm done, I just put it away. Just throw it away. Good to go. Oh, that's...
Yeah, I'm one of those people that, like, I feel the same way as you because, like, when I'm cooking, I snack so much or I'll, like, eat whatever I'm cooking. I'm like, oh, I'm making cookies. I'm going to eat, 6 pieces of cookie dough to the point where, like, when the food's finally done, I'm not even hungry anymore. And I do think there is a mental component of, like, food always tastes better when somebody else makes it. Like, I don't want to see the process. Like, I don't want to see it. With the exception of grilling. I do, like grilling is, there is an aura to it that it feels nice. And it's like summer is here and I'm grilling food. And all you have to do is slap a slice of cheese on your burger and a bun and you're ready to roll. So I'm like that too. Like the process of cooking I know some people love it, but I am not one of those people.
I agree. Denton says in the chat, we need to attend YouTube University. What does that mean?
You got to go to YouTube, find some good recipes.
Oh, just learn?
Have some step-by-step. Like, I watch Gordon Ramsay videos all the time. Not the ones where he's screaming and yelling at people. I don't need that in my life. But he gives some, like, good recipes. He'll walk you through some stuff. He pronounces words funny. But that's just comes with the nature of the territory. But he's great. I've got a lot of recipes from old Gordon.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That was my big thing during the pandemic. People learned sourdough bread. I was like, I've been watching all the Gordon Ramsay videos.
God, you're so mature.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Denton.
I don't want to learn new things.
It's the pandemic. Am I going to learn something or find a way to sneak in somewhere and have a drink? Maybe I'll do that. I didn't learn a single new skill during the pandemic. Not a single one. I learned how to hire the right lawyers. That was pretty cool. That's about it.
Good life skill.
Yeah,
but it's just like I don't want to. I don't want to cook. I don't want to learn. I don't want to do any things, especially when it's so easy to go down the road and have somebody who's already learned this skill for me and do it and put it on a plate, and I don't have to clean up afterwards.
I mean, I understand. I need to learn a new skill in my old age. Something. I don't know what that's going to be. Knitting, yes.
No, Jinx would be a crazy harmonica player.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Just do Thursdays at a local bar, just sitting there, kind of hitting the harmonica.
Runline Jenkins would love that.
That's true. I will say, when I saw my friends that came here and performed that I talked about a couple weeks ago, and Noelle, who was a part of this band, my friend Noelle, she pulled out a harmonica during the middle of the show and started wailing on it. Everybody was like, whoa, it was really cool. And I was like, I had that thought. Maybe I'll learn the harmonica. But probably not. Well, Chelsea, it's the offseason in the NFL. Still, guys are getting paid, and NFL.com has released the all-paid list. Dudes that are getting paid. Offense, defense. I mean, I will spare our listeners reading through the entire list. But let's start with the offense. When you look at the all-paid list, dudes that are getting their money, is there anyone who you think, maybe this guy absolutely deserves to be on this list, or which player may be a little bit overpaid?
I think the main thing that still stands out to me, and we've talked about this before, is the fact that Saquon Barkley is nowhere near the top of the list for highest paid player in the NFL. I understand that running backs are not a highly paid position, but still what he brings to that offense and the sheer amount of percentage of the snaps that he's involved in, one would think that, if you're a running back, maybe you say to yourself, okay, I'm going to go for a short-term deal, but my AAV should be very high just because of my usage rate. So you look at all the names on this list, and you see some guys that maybe you don't even hear that much about. And I'm not saying that they're bad players or that, they don't deserve their money, but how many casual fans, would say, hey, Danielle Hunter, Chris Jones, Christian Wilkins, Myles Garrett, Raquan Smith makes the same amount of money as Saquon Barkley, somebody who's on the cover of Madden. It's just wild to me how running backs are paid. They're just oh, it's just a running back. He's going to take a lot of hits. We can't pay him. This is a crying shame.
It really is, but at least he's getting his, because we're seeing that sort of sea change a little bit in the NFL, where there's a little bit more focus on the running back, and Saquon is the reason why. Because the game always evolves, right? And, of course, it's a passing league, but now we're seeing teams emphasize the running game just a little bit more, because this always happens, right? It becomes a passing league, and then so defenses say, okay, what we'll do is we'll spread out a little bit. We'll bring in defensive players who are faster, a little bit lighter, and then so at some point offenses adjust and say, okay, well, guess what? Now that you're not as big and strong as you used to be, we'll pound the rock and run you over. So I don't know if it's going to continue in that direction, but we've seen it start to be that way because of Saquon, because of the tush push, because the Eagles would just line up and just smash you on the ground. But I'm just so glad that Saquon is getting his. I am not a scout by any stretch of the imagination, but I remember where I was. I was at Penn Quarter Sports Tavern in D.C. watching college football, and Penn State was on years ago. And everyone knew Saquon was going to be a star, but this was early on in his career. And I remember watching and going, who in the hell is this? Who is this kid? You could know very little about football, and you could say, whoever this guy is, absolute superstar, and I know nothing. Who is this? And then he goes to the Giants, and you're like, my God, if he could just go to a team that could unlock him, he would be otherworldly. And then finally, that's what we see. So I'm happy for him personally, just because I hate to see athleticism held back because sometimes if you have a player on the wrong team, then it stunts their growth as a player. Now, of course, he's blowing up, but at least he's moving the market forward. He definitely deserves it. I will say one guy that is questionable, and I hate to say it, feels like low-hanging fruit. Dak Prescott, $60 million a year. I mean, Dak is one of the better quarterbacks in the league, but when you're 2-5 in the playoffs all time and you're banged up a ton, you know, Jaden Daniels already has as many playoff wins as Dak Prescott.
Right, one, right? So yes, it's very easy to look in hindsight and say this is a bad deal, but like once upon a time, Dak Prescott was putting up big numbers. And remember, like last year he was hurt, but you're right, the postseason looms large, especially when you play for a franchise like the Cowboys that is very hungry for postseason success. So yes, it's low-hanging fruit, but we have seen other quarterbacks who have been terrible and they've been paid way more than they should have been paid just because that's the market for quarterbacks. It's the opposite of running backs in that, you know, if you're even mediocre and like look at Kirk Cousins, who I feel like should be an honorable mention on this list just because the amount of money that he has been handed over. It's just kind of the market for quarterbacks. Yeah. And then the other takeaway I had from this list was somewhere at a CVS, Trey Hendrickson has fallen to his knees and said, this is the worst. Can somebody give me a new contract? Like, they still haven't settled with Trey Hendrickson, have they? With the Bengals? God, he has to see this, like, pop across his, like, news feed on, like, NFL.com, be like, oh, my God, this feels personal.
Yeah. I wonder if things are going to work out. It can't feel great. I don't know if he's going to get up there along with the guys on defense. You've got Christian Wilkins, the Raiders, making $27.5 million a year. Myles Garrett, the Browns, $40 million. Danielle Hunter, the Texans, $35.6 million a year. I will say one thing. When it comes to Christian Wilkins, who signed with the Raiders, I think he was in, was it Miami beforehand?
Yeah.
I forget.
He was there at one point, at least.
So, like, he's a guy that signed this massive contract with Las Vegas, and he's the one guy right now on this defensive list where you think, I don't know if this is going to work out, because he played 5 games last year, has a foot injury. And you know how foot injuries can be, particularly in football and basketball. Like, sometimes they just don't heal the right way, especially if you're a big guy. And right now he hasn't been on track. Like, they're still worried about whether or not he's going to be healthy enough to start the season. So when you're making that kind of money, you played 5 games the previous year, and you're still not healed. That would be the one guy I would say on defense, which is not necessarily his fault. But clearly, if you're paying a guy this kind of money, you want him on the field.
Oh, absolutely. But we know this in like every walk of life. Just because you are the highest paid at something doesn't always guarantee that you're the best. It means the person who's in charge of the money thought you were the best. And sometimes it can be an extremely subjective matter. So that's the thing with some of these guys. Like, they just had to convince one person in the ownership that they were worth this money. So it's not an across the board thing.
No, that's very true. And also, we have to mention, like, it's not going to be long before TJ Watt is on this list. So he's in the final year of his contract, making $28 million a year. But clearly, we're talking about arguably the best defensive player in the game, currently in negotiations with the Steelers for a long-term deal. Last year, 61 tackles, 11.5 sacks, 6 forced fumbles. So at some point, I would imagine before the season, if there's a guy who has all the leverage, like Trey Hendrickson has a little leverage, but TJ Watt has all the leverage because he's TJ Watt. Like, this is going to get done.
Well, as opposed to Trey Hendrickson, like, have you seen the stats for TJ Watt when he's on the field and the win-loss numbers for the Steelers? Like, the thing about Trey Hendrickson is that, like, he puts up these great numbers, but as a unit, the defense is still very bad for the Bengals. But for TJ Watt, I think it's a little different for defensive numbers because you're not really based on just your stats alone. Like, obviously the stats are sexy and the sacks are something that you can hang your hat on. But I think the hallmarks of like a good defensive player are not just in the stats alone. It's, you know, the eye test and what you do to opposing defenses. And the fact that, like, we talked about the stat for TJ Watt all the time where the Steelers were like something crazy. They were like 1-9 with him off the field and like, you know, 7-2 or something with him on the field. It was just like a wide gap between, you know, him playing and him not playing. And I think that's something his agent should absolutely be using in those negotiations.
And there's no question that he will, if he's a good agent. Also, I love that on the NFL odds for like defensive player of the year, it has TJ's full name, has like Trent Jordan Watt. For a second, I was like, who is Trent Jordan Watt? And I was like, oh, it's TJ Watt. I get it. Old Trent Watt. There he is right there on the screen. 9-1 to win defensive player of the year. Old Trent Watt. It just does not sound right. Coming up next here on the show, a classic returns to a restaurant near you. We all love food on this show, and a banger is on its way back. As coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. The whole crew's here. I'm Jinx, Chelsea. That's Double D saying hello. Dylan's here, Denton's here, Donkster's here. But we're going to save him. I don't want to say save. We're just going to let him in at the end of the show. Coming up in a couple minutes, a rap battle, but not the kind that you think. Chelsea, when it comes to food, what is a food item? Mine is the McRib. Everyone knows this, so I will spare everyone my McRib takes. But what is one item of food that might get some derision, or maybe it doesn't, that you will die on a hill for? Like, you love getting your tendies at Texas Roadhouse, and by God, no one's going to get in your way.
Oh, they're called chicken critters, Jenks.
Oh,
critters,
sorry.
not chicken tenders.
Even worse. Sorry.
The waitress won't know what you're talking about if you don't say chicken critters. But unfortunately, the line is always too long at Texas Roadhouse. I haven't been there in a long time. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's anything that's completely like out in left field because I am a very picky eater. Like for the longest time, I was one of those people that would like stay on my feet and be like, I'm not trying it. I don't want it. And I'm still kind of like that to this day. Like I have opened my horizons to, you know, some new vegetables because I was that kid growing up that would like, we did this thing with our plate where we would hide the broccoli underneath the plate. And so my mom wouldn't see it until she took the plates and she was like, wow, there's all the broccoli. So did you do this growing up? Were you somebody who hated vegetables?
I like some vegetables, but some vegetables I just have a real aversion to. Like, isn't it Al Michaels who said that he's never had a vegetable? Didn't he say that a couple years ago?
Or he hates them.
Yeah, he's never had a vegetable. And I was like, no way. I think that was the thing, yeah. I don't like peas. Ugh. I hate onions. That's not like Mom served me like a plate of onions.
Eat these onions.
Eat these onions. Like lima beans, I think are gross. I'm trying to think.
I'm not a big bean person.
Yeah.
Like I know people love chili. I'm not a chili gal.
Oh, I love chili.
Like it's okay. I wouldn't choose it.
I love chili. Like I will choose chili. I mean, I'm being from Texas. I feel like I would be anti-Texan if I didn't like chili. I love chili. But yes, certain like broccoli, I'll eat broccoli if it has a bunch of cheese on it, like you were saying, but that's not really the way it's intended to be eaten. Hate Brussels sprouts now. The way they make Brussels sprouts now, if you go into a restaurant, of course, is they're really good because, you know, they put some butter and some garlic or whatever, some seasoning on them, and then put them on the skillet, and it's totally different. But just regular Brussels sprouts, terrible.
Yeah, I've definitely come around on Brussels sprouts. It was not a food that I ate before I was like age 25, but now they put bacon on them. And obviously that makes things a lot better. Anytime you put bacon like in anything, it always tastes a lot better. And there's like that bacon grease and fat that's like flavoring it too. So Brussels sprouts is something I've come around on. I feel like there are a lot of really Southern foods that I don't like. I don't like collard greens. I don't like coleslaw. What is the point of coleslaw? I don't understand it.
Well, I also like mayonnaise too, and I feel like if you don't like mayonnaise, then coleslaw generally has a lot of mayonnaise. Potato salad. Here's the thing: coleslaw and potato salad also can be made in a lot of different ways. Like that's the thing. Like I've had coleslaw that sucks. I'm like, ew, this is terrible. Like this is just like a little bit of whatever. It's a bunch of shredded vegetables, and you put a dollop of oil or something on them. I'm like, this is awful. So I'm not a big fan of coleslaw if it's not made the right way. Same thing with potato salad. Sometimes potato salad isn't any good, and other times I think it's amazing. So those have a lot of different variants within the way that you can craft them.
I just feel like it's one of those things that I don't even want to waste my stomach on. Like it's almost the same strategy as like when people go to buffets. You don't want to waste your food allowance on like bread and salad. You go straight for the high dollar items. You go for the prime rib, you go for the steak, and you go for the meats. So it's one of those things where like, okay, I guess I would eat it, but I'm not going to like buy it or choose to eat it.
Oh, I just like it as a compliment. Like barbecue for me, if I have barbecue and coleslaw or barbecue and potato salad, to me, that's generally when I have one of those sides. Like, I will never go out and be like, I've got to have some potato salad today. Or I need my coleslaw, But as a side, particularly with barbecue, I feel like it's a perfect mixture. And also, it's very traditional. Like, that's one of the sides you generally get or are generally available when you eat barbecue. So that's pretty much the majority of the time when I have one of those sides. I feel like it's a good mixture and they complement each other well. But maybe it's because I grew up with that. Chelsea, we're talking food because it's a huge deal. McDonald's is bringing back snack wraps on July 10th. Huge. Weren't you just talking about snack wraps not that long ago?
I don't think so.
You weren't?
I don't think that was me.
Who was telling me about snack wraps? I think maybe it was Catherine. She was going off like, when are the snack wraps coming back? I was like, honey, I don't know. Well, they're coming back. But Popeyes has something to say about that because now Popeyes is introducing chicken wraps for a limited time. And the reason why this is a big deal, remember, I can't believe this is this long ago. Remember in 2019 when Popeyes came out with their chicken sandwich and there were lines. There were lines at Popeyes to get a hold of this chicken sandwich, which to me is insane. I'm not waiting at any fast food restaurant to have a meal, but it was a real thing, and Popeyes wanted to compete with Chick-fil-A. I mean, their sandwiches are pretty good. I'm talking about Popeyes. Both are. But how do you feel about Popeyes bringing their own chicken wrap to the table? Telling Mickey D's, hey, you're not the only one in town who can make a chicken wrap, bro.
I do miss the fast food wars. Like, this feels like something that was like a staple when I was growing up, that these fast food chains would go back and forth. And you're right. I can't believe that there was one pretty recently in the Popeyes chicken sandwich wars, which, like, at the end of the day, I'm not going to wait in line for a chicken sandwich. Like, maybe it's good, but it's not good enough to make me wait in line. Same goes with Texas Roadhouse. It's great, but like everybody in Hendersonville, Tennessee wants to eat there. So I'm not going to eat there because I'm not going to wait 45 minutes for a table. But I feel like fast food is kind of down bad lately. Like, I think people are trying to eat healthier. People are starting to examine like the ingredients in food, which I don't know if you've looked into this for fast food places, but they're not always the best.
They're never the best. They're never the best.
Putting it lightly. But do you get what I'm saying? Like, fast food used to be like a treat. Like, I didn't have it very much growing up, so I thought it was like a huge deal when we got to go to McDonald's and get a Happy Meal. But now it's like the connotation of fast food, I feel like, has changed. It's definitely not as much in the limelight as it used to be. They even try to do these marketing things. They're like, this is Cardi B's McDonald's meal. It's like, okay, a cheeseburger and fries and a Sprite. Wow, Cardi B's meal. But do you get what I'm saying? I just feel like fast food is kind of down at the moment.
Well, people have, in these inflationary times, people have different choices. Like, casual dining is really down. Like, you talk about what's really down. It's like a Red Lobster or a TGI Fridays or something like that. Like, those chains are really struggling, right? Because you have fast casual like Chipotle or something like that. I will say, for the 85,000th time, when someone says, "Oh, you like the McRib, you know what's in that," I'm like, dude, don't say that to me while you're eating your quarter pounder like you're just getting some Wagyu beef or something. Like, it's all terrible for you. It's fast food.
It's not a health food.
It's not a health
food.
It's fast food. It's in the definition. You know they put yoga mat in there. I know. That's how I exercise without having to exercise. I got a little yoga mat right inside of me.
Got barbecue sauce on it.
Yes.
The barbecue sauce makes up for it.
Thank you. Slather enough on there. It's fine. Telling me, ooh, you know what's in your McRib as you stuff a fillet of fish in your mouth. What's wrong with you?
The chicken
All right,
nuggets.
Double D. Yes. Double D has a hot take here. So he says, like, I know a lot of people who are super dedicated to McDonald's snack wraps. And also Popeyes makes incredible chicken. You have the hot take that Popeyes will destroy McDonald's, Double D?
You just said it, Jenks. What is it? It is a chicken wrap. What is Popeyes dedicated to? Chicken. There's no comparison here. There's no comparison. Popeye's chicken destroys everybody, even Chick-fil-A. Because you know why? No.
I don't know about that.
You know why? Because Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays and Popeyes isn't. That's the only reason. But that being said, Denton said it in the chat. McDonald's better come with some different seasoning for those chicken tendies. Because if they don't, Popeye is going to just nail this. They don't make mistakes very often. Their mac and cheese is delicious.
I mean, it is.
Their sandwiches are great. Their chicken's great. Their French fries are on point. Yeah, Popeyes is really good. Coming from a fat kid who likes fried foods.
You know what? You need to be a spokesperson. Hi, I'm David Dykstra. I'm just a regular guy, but I got to tell you, Popeye's chicken is great. Their biscuits are great. Their wraps are great. Macaroni's great. Popeye's great. Go ahead, give it a shot. Love Simpson Popeyes.
I feel like you have to be from New Orleans though. Like, don't you have to be from like Louisiana to be a part of their like marketing team? Aren't they like from Louisiana?
I think it's Popeye's Louisiana Kitchen, I think is the long form name. Is that right?
What I'm getting from this conversation is that we're going to have to do blind taste tests to figure out which one is better. So Popeyes is coming back, I think, in like the next 2 weeks or something like that. McDonald's is coming back in July. So circle that on the calendars. It'll be cold because nothing's open at 5 a.m. That's going to sell snack wraps, but we will make sure that everyone gets some Popeyes and some McDonald's, and we do a blind taste test.
Heat them up in the microwave.
Roger.
Roger. Is the microwave
the sandwiches.
Working? The sandwiches, Roger. The wraps. We'll have a blind. That's a great idea. We'll get everyone because you never know. You never know. Like I've had a few blind taste tests with whiskey, and you know what generally comes out near the top, which would surprise you, is Jack Daniels. A lot of the time. It's kind of crazy. Of course, it always goes back to booze, but we're going to do that. Good idea, Dan. Coming up next on the show, well, it's time to talk more baseball, and we'll do it in an hour or two of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's go. Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. In the next hour, we will touch them all. We'll cover everything in the world of sports and sports betting. We'll start with our best baseball bets, including some action for some afternoon games if you want to bet on games before the sun even sets. At 7:20, it's a One About It Wednesday. It's always easy for me, harder for some, but not for your girl who's always complaining. At 7:40, we touch on some basketball news, including some juicy trade rumors and the latest MVP poll in baseball. Is the AL MVP all but wrapped up the first week of June? The latest poll says maybe. Aaron Judge has had an incredible season. Can anyone or anything stop the Yankees slugger from running away with the most valuable player award? All coming up next within the next hour on the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, I was thinking of doing maybe a recurring segment on the show called Aaron Rodgers Woo Woo Corner, where we examine some of the like conspiracy type things. And maybe conspiracy is like the wrong word. And I just put Aaron Rodgers in front of it because he's always doing things like this. Because I saw somebody talking about this frequency and how you can listen to a certain note in the musical world and it has healing benefits, or this is what it claims. Have you ever heard of like sound frequencies and like what they can do for your mental state? Like there are certain tones, and I'm talking about just like a single note that is played for a long time, like 30 seconds. And it's supposed to like relieve stress. It's supposed to like ease anxiety. And I listened to some of these noises and I call them noises. Maybe there's a different word for that, but these frequencies. And I do think there's maybe something to it. Like maybe some of it is like a self-fulfilling prophecy where you say, hey, this is supposed to relieve stress. And then you listen to it and you're like, maybe I am a little less stressed. Have you ever heard of this? And do you believe in it?
I have heard of it and I do believe in it. There's all sorts of scientific studies out there. I mean, this is something that is actually backed by science as opposed to someone coming on TikTok and saying, did you know? Like, there are certain frequencies, there are certain sounds that are calming to the brain and can actually put you in a state where all of a sudden your senses begin to calm and you become more mindful. This is a big part of guided meditation, for example. Like you will hear maybe a voice, but also along with that voice will be a certain frequency that naturally calms the body. So it's about putting your body in a state where you can calm yourself and be more mindful if you're into mindfulness. And so, this is backed by science and also a big part of meditation or spending time with yourself and away from any sort of, digital device or anything like that. But I absolutely believe in this, and it's something I practiced for a long time. It's not necessarily one sound, but there are different sounds that can absolutely calm you. Just like, the opposite, if you want an extreme example, it's like if you listen to something, like you can torture people this way, right? You put them in a cell and you play music that is loud and blaring and is not easy on the ears, and you can, it can disrupt your brain signals and drive you crazy. On the opposite end, there's certain sounds that are very soothing.
Yeah, and just from a very casual standpoint, like we all listen to music for a reason. Yeah. Right? Like it makes us feel good, or at least the good music does. Maybe not some of the new nonsense where it's like Lil Yachty, 8 or whatever. Some of these rappers that like, I don't know if that's music, but that is another discussion for another day. So I wonder if there's ever like a baseball player that would use this as a walk-up song, because we know they choose their own walk-up music. And like, imagine the most woo-woo guy. And you know what I mean when I say woo-woo, right? Like the people who are, I don't know if it's like crunchy is the right term, but like when you think of Aaron Rodgers, like his line of thinking, like, can you imagine if a baseball player did this?
Oh my God. I remember one guy, it'd be crazy if a guy did that. I do remember a guy back when I was. Oh, there's just one note. Frequency. Well, you know, Mike Tyson used to do this when he would come out, and it was just one low note like this. Guess what's coming? It was like dread, like I'm coming. I'm coming for you. And so he wouldn't play walkout music. It was just this low, like menacing hum. Like, you know, you hear in the movies, like something bad is about to happen. All of a sudden you hear, like, oh no, something's about to happen here. That's what Mike Tyson would play when he would come out. I got chills thinking about it. So when he was at his peak and just terrifying, he would come out to this one note, and it was like, what in the hell is this? I remember that very vividly. I don't think anyone has done that before or since. But yeah, it would be strange if a baseball player came out to some sort of note, or maybe some sort of high-pitched flute or something, like, you're like, okay, I guess.
Well, this is a thing for a lot of closers in baseball. Like, sometimes we associate these iconic closers with their walk-up music. Like the most recent one, obviously with the Mets and Diaz, is the trumpet one. Da, 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 da. Who is it? Timmy Trumpet or something? But it's part of the whole aura of like a closer. And for the Yankees, this is going to be a thing because their closer is now going to be on the injured list. I don't know what type of music you play. Womp womp. Luke Weaver is going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a hamstring injury. He's played in 24 games this year, 8 saves, 105 ERA. He has been very good in this spot. So we know that a closer, especially in the postseason, is a big deal. In the meantime, like, I think the Yankees will be fine. This is just another blow. Obviously, they lost Garrett Cole earlier in the season. So it just feels like one of those things where it's the accumulation of a lot of injuries. Luis Gil already out for the Yankees as well. I think as long as he comes back before the postseason and kind of can get back in his rhythm, it's not going to be the biggest of deals. But I don't know, like, you say that until, you know, the 9th inning rolls around and somebody comes in and blows it. Because, you know, a lot of these games can be close in Major League Baseball. Jenks, do you think this is a big deal, a small deal, or a mid-sized deal?
Mid-sized deal. I think it's kind of a big deal. You know, I look, I don't want to overreact. It's not like, well, that's it for the Yankees. I mean, Luke Weaver will be back. He will return. He will be fine. He's been a stud this season. But the issue is Devin Williams and the guys behind Weaver. Like, maybe they can do it by committee. But Devin Williams, as we know, was supposed to be the guy. And woof, I mean, he just has not been able to do it. So they're going to go back to him, at least for now, and see how he does. But listen, you're talking about, I think the way I look at it is this. I think the Yankees are going to win this division. They certainly look like they are. They haven't run away with it yet. But if it gets close at the end, and in the interim, while Weaver is out, there's a handful of games that Williams blows because he can't get it together. If that ends up being the difference at the end of the season versus winning the division or not, then it becomes a big deal. I think that's probably catastrophizing. And Williams certainly has the skill set and the history to be good in this role. We've already seen him do it. But the question is, can he put it together? Because right now he's sort of a mess.
Yeah, and I think that they're going to kind of delegate this out to other guys as well. So it sounds like it's going to be mostly Devin Williams, but they're going to make a rotation out of it. So maybe once the pressure is kind of off Devin Williams, maybe he will return to form, because there was a time when he was one of the best relievers in all of baseball, the Airbender. We know from his time with the Brew Crew that he has been really good. So I'm sure the Yankees are hoping that he can channel some of that magic back in that arm. All right, Jenks, let's look at the slate today and see if we can pick some winners. If you're betting on home runs today, we got a nice little promo for you over at BetMGM. Don't worry if your home run bet doesn't clear the fences. BetMGM has your back with an MLB home run, no sweat token. Just activate your token with an MLB home run bet. If your bet comes up short, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets only at BetMGM. All right, Jenks, the first game I see on the card here, the Red Hot Rockies on the road at the Marlins. And the Marlins are still minus 155. Colorado, if you're interested, is plus 125. They've won 2 games in a row now, a total of 8 runs. Kyle Freeland starts for the Rocks. Cal Quantrill goes for the Marlins. So, Jenks, do we think Lightning can strike 3 days in a row? Can the Rockies make it a 3-game win streak?
I don't think so. That's my handicap. No. I am going to put this on the card today out of principle. Colorado Rockies are not going to win 3 straight games. They're just not going to do it. I don't believe in them enough. It's taken them long enough to win 2 straight games. I think they've done that once this season, but they haven't won 3 straight games all year long. And I know the Marlins aren't great, so I'm going to shop around. I'm going to look for a better price. I will do some maybe deeper handicapping during the show. But initial thoughts are, look, this is still a garbage Rockies team. So I'll find a better price. I'm on the Marlins today.
Well, I will say from a more practical standpoint, like Cal Quantrill has been much better for the Marlins as of late. Mm-hmm. He was somebody who was squarely in the fade category over the first couple of months. But over the last month, he has a 3.18 ERA, and he hasn't given up more than 2 runs in each of his last 3 starts. Granted, he only went 3 1/3 against the Angels, but still, he has had no blow-ups, and that's kind of what haunted him early in the season. So maybe something to add to your handicap is that Cal Quantrill's actually been pretty good for the Marlins. But maybe let's go on to a game that, more people will want to follow. So the Cubs have been one of the highest teams in all of baseball. They're minus 145 against the Nationals today, but the pitching matchup looks not as one-sided as it did yesterday. Matt Boyd, who's good, goes for the Cubs, 5-2, 3.08 ERA. But Washington has one of their best starters on the mound today. Mackenzie Gore, despite his 2-5 record, has a 3.16 ERA. Total of 8.5 runs here. Washington plus 120 if you're interested in the dog. So, Jenks, you played the Cubs yesterday. Are you doing it again today?
Not today. So
Not today, Satan.
Not today, Satan. No, thank you. You're not going to steal my joy. No, thanks, Satan. Not today. Maybe Thursday, but not today. I would be on the Nationals today. I think the Nationals are a strong plus money play. Now, they didn't hit the ball great yesterday, but over the past couple of weeks, the Nationals have been, really raking, like swinging the bats. And it's always tough against the Cubs because, of course, the Cubs are one of the best hitting teams in baseball, not just the National League. So even if the Nationals do hit, there's always that risk that the Cubs will just outscore them. But if you're going to bet on the Nats, you might as well do it with Mackenzie Gore on the mound. 2-5, 3.16 ERA, and he's been even better when pitching at Nats Park. Only 1-3, but a 2.64 ERA. The last time we saw him pitch here in D.C., 6 innings of 1-hit ball while striking out 9. So I think with the way the Nationals bats have looked over the past couple weeks, the fact that they have their ace on the mound and a guy that can strike out a ton of guys, he leads the major leagues in strikeouts. I think there's a possibility the Nats can actually get enough on the board to maybe pull off the upset here. So I'll go with the Nats on the money line.
Ooh, going with the hometown team today. A little trend alert for you guys. You know that we like to follow some trends in Major League Baseball, and here's one that I was not aware of. Jenks, did you know that the Giants have hit the under in 10 straight games?
Jeez.
10 straight games, because we've been following the Rangers under trends, and the Rangers have been one of the highest teams in the under, but I don't know what it is about San Francisco, but their offense has fallen off an absolute cliff, and in the meantime, they have not been that great overall, winners of just 3 of their last 10 games. So when you see a trend like this, do you say to yourself, okay, trends eventually end, or do you put it into the handicap? And, we see the total in this one is pretty low. What's the total in this one? I think it's like 7 or 7.5. So at some point, the number gets too low, but Nick Pivetta has good numbers for the Padres today, 6-2, 2.74 ERA. Kyle Harrison goes for San Francisco, 1-1, 2.51 ERA. Is it another under for this game, or did you look at this one?
I would say so, and I wasn't aware of that particular trend. I've been on the Brewers a little bit during their hot streak, and that has played out. I would say if you don't be afraid to bet a trend just because at some point it's going to come to an end. Like if you like the trend and the handicap still works, the trend is just another thing that works to your advantage. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes you're like, look, this can't go on forever. Sure. But if you still like the play and the numbers still bear that out, I would not be afraid to keep betting it. And also you're talking about a pitcher's park out in San Francisco. You've got two good starters on the line today or on the mound. And also total set at 7, juice to the over. You could play that up to 8 and bet the under if you wanted and probably not have to lay a whole lot. So I'd go with the under again.
Yeah, especially because a lot of these games aren't even touching close to the total. Like 3-2, 1-0, 4-2, 1-0, 2-0, 3-1. Because in baseball, we can see really low scoring affairs, especially when it comes to games in San Francisco. All right, coming up next, it's time to whine about it on a Wednesday. Our complaining corner is next here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. On a Wednesday, it is June 4th here on the show, and in a few minutes, we're going to whine about it on a Wednesday. It's our Whine About It Wednesday, aptly named, we know, that we'll complain about what's ever on our heart, what is grinding our gears, what is really making us mad these days. And for me, I don't have to dig deep. In fact, I could lead this segment with something I'm complaining about, and I could also have enough ammo still left in the chamber to have something for Whine About It Wednesday, Jenks. Here's the latest. Here's like the appetizer for Whine About It Wednesday. So I saw this on TikTok, and I think that this is becoming a trend in Middle Tennessee. So Delaney Walker, who used to play for the Titans, is building his, quote, dream home. And it's called a barn-dominium. Have you heard of these?
Oh, God.
Where it's like, do you know what I'm talking about? Barn-dominiums?
I don't, but I'm taking from the combination of a barn and a condominium that this is. I think I know what this is. You can explain it to me, but it sounds like I would know what it is.
Yeah. So what people are doing around here is, I think it is a lower cost way to build a home. And it's like, I think it's made of tin. It almost looks like an industrial building. Like, just Google barn-dominium real quick and like see what comes up. So a lot of people in Tennessee are doing this on big tracts of land where it's extremely open concept and it looks like a barn. You know, it looks like a modern barn. And so people are doing these and they're building like really expensive ones and like they're eyesores. Like, call me traditional, but like if you're rolling through a nice neighborhood and somebody has this like random barn-dominium, it just like ruins the flow of the neighborhood. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like in 100 years, these are going to look like somebody dropped the ball on this interior design. So they look like warehouses.
Yeah.
And it feels to me like when it rains, it's going to be extremely loud in the house because like the rain on a tin roof. Like, what's your take here? Like, I know you guys are looking at houses. Would you ever get a barn-dominium?
No, absolutely not. We've been looking at houses in Charleston, actually, over the past couple of days, which is neither here nor there. But thankfully, no barn-dominiums. I mean, this seems like it's one thing to have interiors change, right? Because design changes over time, but you can evolve with that. Right? You can say, okay, let's tear out this and make it more modern, whatever. Once you build something like this, that's the way it is. And this isn't like mid-century modern or something like that that's going to be a classic style. This is absolutely 100% a trend. And it is a trend that at some point will fall off. And I guarantee you it will end up devaluing the home because, yeah, you can mess with the inside. You can switch it up and say, okay, this needs a refresh. But you can't say, okay, let's just tear this down. Like, once it's built, once the frame is built and it's a barn-dominium, it's a barn-dominium. I am not a fan of this trend.
Yeah. I also just think they look like warehouses. I think this is a trend among well-to-do young men. Because, like, who I originally brought up was Delaney Walker. His is going to be 16,000 square feet. Like, it's going to look like you're looking to like a shipping outlet or something. So I don't know why you need a barn-dominium that's 16,000 square feet. Maybe you're putting an entire football field in there. I don't know. But this is what happens, I feel like, when guys aren't married. They don't have a woman's touch.
Like, what are you doing? I think it's a terrible idea. And it's kind of an eyesore, to be honest. Especially if this were in a random neighborhood like you were talking about. It's like house. Whatever that storage facility is, barn-dominium, I mean, okay. Yeah, I think it's an awful idea. And again, it's super trendy. I don't think this is something that's going to take off. It might take off for a couple of years, and then I guarantee you people will pull back on doing it.
Yeah, there's a lot of athletes that have them. So somebody out there is shaking their fist at the radio and saying, Chelsea, these are cool. Including my husband. My husband likes these. Thank God we've already purchased our traditional home because I ain't living in a barn-dominium. I can tell you that. All right, so it's time for more complaining. If that didn't get your gears going, how about more of our Whine About It Wednesday?
Why talk about it when you can Whine about it.
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
All right. So we've already had our little appetizer. So, Jenks, I'll let you go since I've already done my monologue about barn dominiums. And trust me, I have another one locked and loaded.
Oh.
But what are you whining about on this Wednesday?
I am whining about the Comcast Corporation. No, I used to work for these guys back in the day. I've had it. I was triggered yesterday. Because I went to get the mail and I got a leaflet from Xfinity saying, hey, why don't you switch to our cell service? It's like, this just triggered me. Brought back all sorts of memories. Years ago when I worked for Comcast Sportsnet, right? I had a Comcast email address. And I'll never forget, my email just stopped working. And I'm like, guys, I need some help. I called tech support. They're like, we're on it. Give us 24 hours. Nothing happened. Call them back. Hey, yeah, sorry, we're on it. Just give us another 24 hours. After 72 hours, I'm like, guys, I need my email restored. So what I did was I went, let me look into this. And I filed a complaint with the Office of Cable Television in the District of Columbia, which still exists. I just looked this up. I had everything documented. And after all this documentation, I said, oh, by the way, I work for this company. I got 3 calls from Comcast that morning, including someone who was like the VP of the region. And you know what? They had it fixed like that. It just goes to show like all the red tape that was in place. Okay, so that was a thing. And then years later, I switched DVRs. And just so happens, everything I had recorded disappears. I call them. I've told this story before. The lady says, there's a problem with your iCloud. I'm like, ma'am?
How old do you think I am?
Ma'am, you work for Comcast. The iCloud is an Apple product. I need to talk to someone else. And I'll never forget, just dead silence. Okay, one moment. Then I talked to a manager who tries to sell me. He goes, well, Michael, you had some programs that had been in there for a while. I was like, yeah, those programs were scheduled to be deleted that day. I go, let me get this straight. On the very day that I switched DVRs, that very same day, after years of having this one DVR, now I'm switching it out for a new one. On the same day I switch out DVRs, that was the same day that these programs in the cloud just were scheduled to be deleted based on the time spent in the cloud. He goes, that's right. I go, well, that is something. I said it's one hell of a coincidence. And then we go to St. Martin, and I'm on AT&T for my cell service. The lovely Catherine has Xfinity. When I go overseas, I immediately just get put on an international plan. Catherine had to call Xfinity from St. Martin. I called Xfinity. We're both trying to figure this out. And they say, oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, we got it going for you. You're good to go. Did it work? No. It bricked her phone whenever she tried to use local cell service. She had to be on Wi-Fi just to use Xfinity overseas. And oh, by the way, that still isn't fixed. And we kind of needed that because we were getting our wedding pictures taken overseas on the beach. So we're trying to communicate with people, very important information, and thank God my phone was working. And you have the audacity, after decades of incompetence, to ask me to switch to you? No, thank you. Don't send me anything ever again. You don't own me anymore. That's my wine about Wednesday.
Don't call, don't text.
Yes.
Leave us alone, Comcast. That's elite level complaining. Like, that's Pro Bowl level complaining. When your complaining actually gets something done. Because listen, like when I complain, normally it's to like whoever's listening, and it never has an outcome. So I applaud you on actually using your complaining to be productive. All right, Denton, get on in here, brother. What are you complaining about today?
I'm learning just from today's show that I'm going to make a much bigger fuss about the robes. Because if I complain enough, someone will eventually get me the robes. Do it. And we'll get you guys the robes. So we're going to work on that this week and next week. What I'm going to complain about today, what I'm going to whine about today, I was grocery shopping yesterday. I needed to pick some things up. Thankfully, not like a huge grocery haul, but a grocery haul nonetheless. And in our area or where I grocery shop, it is a parking garage. It's kind of like an underneath of like an apartment building of some kind. So the parking spots are a little tighter. They're not the biggest in the world, and that's just a nature of this area. All the parking spots are tighter. I cannot stand when people double park or take 2 lanes up when you don't have a nice car. If you got a nice car, I understand it. Like if you paid $400,000 for a car, I don't want nobody parking next to me either. So I understand that. But if you're rocking a Toyota, buddy, you better get in the space. You better get in the space so I can put my car in the space. We're operating on the same budget level here, at least the same tier level. I'm not rocking a Maybach. You're not rocking a Maybach. You better get your ass in that space or I'm clipping your mirror. It happened to me twice yesterday. I was like, all right, that Toyota's in the wrong spot. Let me try this next spot over here. You'll get past the pillar. Like, oh, look, this RAV4 is in double spots too. Fantastic. So I had to walk an extra 45 feet from my car to the grocery store.
That's super annoying.
You're a brave
You got a Corolla,
person.
you got to park it, man. You got to park that Corolla, bro.
Like, understand.
I have a hot take. I think that if you have a nice car, you shouldn't be double parking unless you're at the back of the parking lot. Like, you can do that at the back, but like, you still shouldn't be doing that on the front row. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, if you have a nice car, like, we get it, but like, go to the back of the parking lot. Do not take 2 prime parking spots for your car.
That's fair.
That ain't no hot take. That's a smart take.
Yeah. And you don't inconvenience anyone, and also people will leave your car alone. In theory, right? It's at the back. Nobody wants to park in the back.
Yeah.
I like that idea. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So here I am to complain again. And you're saying, Chelsea, you've already complained a lot on today's show. Well, buckle up because there's more to come. Okay. So today's Whine About It Wednesday for me is all about whoever designs playgrounds. And I understand that neither of you have kids, so maybe you can't commiserate with me. But listen, I don't know who designed some of these playgrounds with the danger level in mind. I don't know if these people thought that like our children were like ninja warriors or something, but there will be playgrounds where there is a ladder up to the top of the playground where the slide is, and there is a 3-foot gap in between the ladder and the platform. And mind you, this is like 12 feet up. So it's like, good luck to your 5-year-old making that 3-foot jump between the ladder and the platform. If they fall, it is a 12-foot drop. Like, who designed this? Did this person have kids that designed this death trap of a playground? And even though you guys don't have kids, I'm sure you can relate to how playgrounds even used to be. Why did we make playgrounds with hot metal? In the middle of the summer, I'm sure we've all been there where you get on a slide that's made of metal and you're like, oh my gosh, I just got 3rd-degree burns on my backside. I don't know who's designing these playgrounds. I don't know if this is like the people who fail out of like engineering school for actual buildings, but playgrounds, I feel like they need to be safer.
Reminds me of the McDonald's playgrounds I used to have, which were just like death traps. Like, remember what was it, like the Mayor McCheese thing? Like, you'd be kind of like crawling around the side. You could barely get out. It's like a jail for kids. I don't know how many people like died via that. Probably not that many. People just managed to survive. So I'm trying to imagine this. That does sound terrifying, though.
Yeah. And like, I don't know like who approved this, because there had to be like a big board of people, because like this is the city playground. This is not somebody's backyard. So like there was some planning that went into this. But now that you mentioned McDonald's, a fond farewell to ball pits. I feel like this is not a thing anymore. But I remember having many a good memory in a ball pit. I think that they started finding like homeless people at the bottom of them, snakes. And of course, like since COVID, like obviously it is a great way to spread germs, but like who doesn't have a great time in a ball pit? Like I feel like that's one of the core memories of going to a play place.
Oh yeah. The ball pit's awesome. I mean, if you want to have a great time and also probably catch some sort of virus, like the ball pit is the way to go. I'll jump in a ball pit now. Absolutely. No question about it.
Yeah. So if you were designing an adult playground, what would you put on it? Like, is there anything that you yearn for in like the days of being an adult? Because some people really like the swings. Like I have motion sickness, so like I don't really like the swings. What was your favorite thing on the playground growing up?
Probably the swings. Maybe when we play Red Rover, you try to break through that
arm bar that people form together. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I never a huge. I'd get on the playground a little bit. Probably the swings, I guess. Especially that a tire. Like a tire swing was always cool.
Ooh, yes. When it's like a group activity as opposed to like an individual activity, that's obviously very fun. And also like when you jump off the swings and you try to do like that huge, jump. Yes.
Yeah.
That was like living in the lap of danger. You thought you were so cool. That was the closest we ever got to flying. So I do think that was a good experience for a lot of us. All right, coming up next, we switch gears to some of the biggest headlines in basketball going into the offseason and the latest MVP poll in Major League Baseball next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. As we know, the NBA Finals start tomorrow between the Pacers and the Thunder, but we're already seeing some defense played by Oklahoma City, and the fact that the Pacers have had a lot of trouble getting their plane to land in Oklahoma City. So apparently there's been some severe weather. So yesterday the Pacers were trying to make their descent into Oklahoma City, but apparently there's been tornadoes all over the place, severe weather, thunder even, one would think. And so their team plane had to divert to Tulsa for a while. And Jenks, I just sent you the link of their flight path. This is absolute nightmare fuel. Like, if they were already a little nervous about the NBA Finals, this is not something that's great for your nerves if you are a nervous flyer, like a lot of us, I feel like, maybe are. And maybe I'm just talking about myself, because you see the flight path of this plane that's trying to land in Oklahoma City, and it's just doing a circle around Tulsa, because apparently they're like probably thinking, okay, maybe we're free to go and make our path. Oh, no, there's another tornado. Time to circle back around. God. This is the absolute worst. And obviously not the way you want to start the week of the NBA Finals for the Pacers.
This looks like a... oh, my God. It looks like a kid got a marker and just started, like, scribbling on the screen. Look at this. I like blue. I like blue. Just making circles. No, that's an actual flight path. Oh, my God. Nightmare fuel is right. Imagine being on the plane, and you're right there, and you just keep circling. So, like going down a drain. Ugh. That's not a good sign. I mean, if you're looking for omens, that's not a good sign if you're the Pacers. You can't even land without a 3.5-hour delay, flying in a circle around Tulsa. No, thank you.
I will say that they are now safely in Oklahoma City, if you're wondering. So it did end well. It's just not a great week that you want to be nervous and have your nerves going after this flight, because obviously they've got their hands full with the Thunder. I think it's funny how both these teams are kind of living up to their names, right? Like the fact that the Pacers, the name is the Pacers, and they push the pace. Like they're a team that's extremely high octane and up tempo. And now we have the Thunder, who are like making use of a storm to almost play defense on their other team. Like, do you ever see a team you're like, wow, that is the most apt name for this possible team? Like, I know some of them aren't possible, like the Wizards. Like, all right, like there's not going to be any real Wizards or any real Magic, even though that's a great matchup, Magic Wizards. But sometimes the names are just so spot on that you have to point it out.
I mean, this is falling in line with what you might expect with two teams named this way. I just, I feel like if there's one team who won't be bothered by this, it's probably the Pacers, but there's no way it's not super annoying. Imagine if you're a nervous flyer too. Like, I know you're a nervous flyer. You don't really like to fly. And I am someone who I'm rarely bothered in a flight. Like, there's only been a time or two where I'm like, I don't know how this is going. Like, I don't like how this is going. But turbulence, a rough landing, a delay or some sort of, we have to circle back because of some sort of air traffic issue. Generally, those things don't bother me. But if you're a nervous traveler anyway, particularly in the air, this would be one of those things that kind of sticks with you.
Does this go into the handicap at all? Like, I don't think that it does, like, just because we still have plenty of time before the game starts. But we see this in college sports a lot, where sometimes we will put travel and travel logistic nightmares kind of into the handicap. Does this make any difference to you?
I don't think so. If we were talking about the back end of a back-to-back, right, where a team is getting on a plane, maybe on a road trip, and then all of a sudden it's the middle of the night and they're circling around and they're not on their normal rest schedule and they would probably be tired anyway, and then this just delays that process, then I would say, look, these guys are going to be worn out. But here, when they've had so much rest, and even today they get a full day to recover, sleep as much as they want, practice as much as they want, I would say it's not a factor.
Yeah, especially since we have had that long layoff. This is where it actually is beneficial. I know some people are mad about it, saying, we want basketball in the next few days. But both these teams made quick work, or I guess the Thunder made quick work of their opponent in the Timberwolves. So they've been waiting around. All right, so the other news in the NBA, I was just talking about the Magic. So apparently Orlando is announcing that the team is rebranding and bring back the iconic pinstripe uniforms. Jenks, I remember this very vividly because I had a poster of the Got Milk campaign with Tracy McGrady in a Magic uniform on, I think, the door to my bathroom. It was one of those like fold out posters from like Sports Illustrated for Kids or something. So now there's going to be 3 different uniforms, one blue, one white, and one that is black with a blue top. And they've got a new logo as well. So what do you think of the rebrand, Jenks?
I'm a big uniform guy. You know that. I love the rebrand, but I do not like the multicolored black with the blue top. I think it should have been all black. Like the 2 colors together, it just doesn't make sense to me because you have the black with the stripes on the bottom and then the solid blue at the top. It looks disjointed to me. That's the one I don't like. And then they had Pablo Banchero modeling it yesterday. And even then I was like, I like it less. So overall, I like it. I love them going back old school with the stripes. That's the original Orlando Magic uniform. And the font is updated a little bit. I like the new logo a lot. I think the new logo looks sharp. But it's that one. Yeah, I do. Yeah. You don't like it?
No. I feel like it looks too corporate. I like their old one. I also like it when I like the throwback stuff. So I kind of wish that they went back to like the old logo. I understand that you have to adapt with the times, but I don't know. Everything is just so corporate now. And it feels like it's like the same font for everybody. Yeah. That I don't know. I'm just not a huge fan.
I'm just looking at this blue top, black stripe or white stripe, black bottom. God, I hate it. Why can't you go all black? It would have been sweet. I forget which one that's called. You know, they have a name for each jersey. Oh, it's the statement jersey. The white is the association jersey. The blue is the icon jersey. And the one I don't like is the statement jersey.
The statement they're making is look at Disney. Because that's in that uniform, the thing that stands out to me is the Disney right at the top.
Why don't they just go for it and put Goofy's face right there? Might as well just go for it. And like, that's their Disney uniform.
I mean, it's far from like the most random sponsor. Like the funniest one I think is who has Bumble? Somebody has Bumble as their sponsor. And then the Atlanta Hawks are sponsored by the Y. So it's like, what is this, a YMCA basketball team? And you're like, actually, it is sponsored by the Y.
It actually is, sir. I mean, it actually is. So overall, yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty cool. We're going back old school. They always modernize. Like, here's the thing. They always, when they say, hey, we're going back to our traditional uniforms, but they never really go all the way back. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, these are very similar to our original uniforms, but also updated. So it's always traditional with a kind of a modern touch.
Yeah. I mean, at least it's the same colors because, you know, my complaint about the NBA is when they do like these weird color schemes that have nothing to do with their original colors. And you look up at the screen, you're like, who the hell is even playing? Like, you have to look at the names on the back of the jersey and be like, oh, well, there's Nikola Jokic. I guess we're watching the Nuggets play. So at least it is the regular color scheme. So I won't complain about that. All right, so we know the NBA has usually one of the most dramatic off seasons of any sport. And maybe this offseason will be no different because we do have some big names kind of tinkering with the idea of wanting to be traded, of teams wanting to trade them. Kevin Durant, one of those guys. And apparently, according to Kelly Iko of The Athletic, the price tag for Kevin Durant has just lowered, according to her sources. And so the Suns apparently want a center in return for KD. And obviously we look at their roster and they need somebody in the middle to kind of offset some of their shooters that they have. But Jenks, where do you think KD wants to go? Like, we see that he's been linked to Houston. We know he probably wants to go to a contender. We know one of the narratives for him is that sometimes he can be labeled a ring chaser. But at the end of the day, we know Kevin Durant is somebody who really loves basketball. So, like,
Yeah.
I don't think that the money's the main thing for KD. If he has a say in this, like, I don't think it's the fact that he's a ring chaser. I just think that, like, he loves basketball and he wants to play meaningful games at the end of the year.
Yeah, no question about it. And even when he went to Phoenix, I mean, that was the idea, right? But ultimately, that just did not work out. That whole experiment just kind of imploded and never really got on track. I think Houston would actually be a good call because you've got a good young team that has a lot of different pieces that can win in different ways. They're just really inexperienced. But then you bring an experienced player like Kevin Durant to the fold. He obviously knows Texas, went to school at the University of Texas, and so maybe that would make you more comfortable there. But I think at this point in his career, like, he's got the money. That's not an issue. He wants to win. And the one thing that I always respect about KD is, you know, he can be very mercurial. There's no question about that. And he can fire back at people. But KD just loves to ball. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He cares about the game. He just wants to play. And that's the one thing. He doesn't care about any sort of outside noise. He doesn't care what you think. He just loves the game. Even though he's 36, I mean, he's no spring chicken, but he can absolutely still add a ton to any team that he joins. So I would guess the Rockets just based on the early indications. But at this point, it could really be anyone, especially if the demands or what the Suns are expecting in return isn't what they necessarily would have expected maybe a couple years ago.
Yeah, I wish the Wizards were better. Isn't he from that area? Like, I always root for players to go, like, back to their hometown because I think it's just, like, such a great storyline. Because, like, my husband, Jake, is a Hornets fan. And, of course, Steph Curry has roots in North Carolina. But the Hornets have just been so bad that it's never going to be in the cards. It would be cool, and it's something fun to think about. But those teams are just so bad. Maybe if the Wizards would have gotten, like, the number 1 overall pick, but they didn't.
No, well, he's not coming back here. Like, even if the Wizards, you know, in theory, got Cooper flagged, they're still a long way away from becoming a contender. So no way KD is going to be a great story, but he's not coming back here.
Yeah, but when your team is bad, like, all you have is, like, daydreaming. It's like, what can I think of that, you know, keeps me off this misery track of following my team? All right, coming up next, we dive into Hour 3, and the Stanley Cup Final starts tonight. We'll give you the latest lines and bets next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. It is a Wednesday. Why am I talking like this? Probably because I'm jacked up on coffee. Hope you're having a great morning. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Coming up in our final hour, we're going to get you set for Game 1. Stanley Cup Final, Stanley Cup Finals, Stanley Cup Final, Stanley Cup Finals. You hear it both ways. Regardless, we get hockey tonight in Edmonton. Panthers and the Oilers. Florida trying to go back-to-back. Then we'll go more basketball because we get an early preview of the NBA Finals with Game 1 set for tomorrow night. Thunder hosting the Pacers. That comes your way in 20 minutes. And yes, the Donkster is along with our best bets at 8:40. Also, greetings to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. You can stream us on Bally Sports Live and the BallySportsLive.com website as well. Chelsea, so I want to make sure I tell this story appropriately. I'm sure it'll be fine. So over the weekend, I don't know how I feel about this. There we go. Over the weekend, when the lovely Catherine and I were at brunch, we were talking about, okay, what are we going to do next weekend, which is now this weekend. And there's a big pride parade here in D.C. We go every year. So we're going to grab our friend Alyssa. She usually goes with us. We're all going to attend together. And Catherine was like, I got to get something. I got to wear something. I was like, okay. Like, I got to find something rainbow that I can wear. I was like, okay, sure. She's like, help me shop for something. I said, okay, honey. So we got on Amazon, and she starts looking at the skimpiest things I've ever seen in my life. I'm talking like these outfits are made of, imagine like lattice work where you can like see through right to the skin, made of string, like rainbow string. She's like, what do you think about this? Mesh, thank you. I'm obviously not a fashion expert. I'm like, this is the thinnest mesh I've ever seen in my life. I was like, you're going to wear this? She's like, maybe. How about this one? And it doesn't matter. I looked at 4 different things. I was like, honey, you can see right through. You understand that? She's like, I'll just wear pasties. I was like, okay. No. I know. And
pasties have entered the chat.
Yes, immediately. And I'm like, you're going to wear pasties? She's like, yes. I was like, I guess, honey. I was like, I said, if you want. And so we decided, we go back and forth. She's like, this one or this one. And they're both just, you might as well be walking around naked. And I was like, you know what, honey? It's your call. She goes, I'm going to go with this one. I was like, sounds great. Looks good. So anyway, this comes in yesterday. By the way, it was in a package this big. It looked like, you got, I don't know, like a pair of socks in a small bag. And I'm like, what is this? She pulls this thing out and she goes, I'm going to try it on. I was like, okay. She tries it on and she looks at me. I was like, you going to wear this now? And she's like, no, I think I probably had a couple too many drinks when I made this decision. I was like, okay, there we go. I mean, it was nothing. You might as well you see everything. I was like, I think, she goes, yeah, it wasn't my best choice. I was like, it's okay. But now that she's seen it and that we're sober, she has a different idea about what she's going to wear on Saturday. When is the last time you ordered something, not like that, but just in general, where you ordered something you thought, oh, this would look good, this is a good idea at the time, and then when it comes in, you're like, oh, could be too big, could be something you thought would look good, and you're like, oh, not for me, because this was definitely not for her.
Well, can I comment on the situation first? Because,
sure.
Jenks, you did a great job of passing the significant other test. Because, listen, like, I understand that, like, I feel your pain but I think that you did the right thing in letting her come to her own conclusions.
Yes.
Because, like, you don't want to be in the boat of, like, you know, dictating what she wears, because she's a grown woman. You know, if she wants to wear something, like, she can, and you can't really stop her. Like, I don't believe in, like, that. Like, if she wants to wear something, you know, she wants to wear something, and that's who you're marrying. But you're right. Like, you let her come to her own conclusions, and once it's on, I think that kind of, like, hits her. It's like, wow, I will be in public in this.
Correct.
Like, children can see me in this. Because I ordered a swimsuit the other day. And I don't know if you've noticed the trend, and I'm sure men aren't complaining, but, like, swimsuit bottoms are getting smaller and smaller. And, like, I understand when you're on South Beach, you can wear a thong. But, like, I go to the Hendersonville YMCA with my 5-year-old. Like, listen, like, it's just not the same thing. And I understand that standards are changing. And it's not even a me thing. It's just, I feel awkward talking to, like, you know, the 76-year-old men at the Y when I have on a thong swimsuit. It's just not one of those things that I have arrived at yet. Maybe the younger generations can do it, but I'm not there.
I hear you. And also, I appreciate the, you know, you acknowledging that I passed the test, because I'm like, I know Catherine better than anyone. And I feel like that once this, you know, once we are in a different situation, once she tries this on, knowing her, I kind of feel like she'll say, yeah, this is not something I'm going to do. And that's what she did. She's going to do something, but it's not going to be like that. And as we always talk about, it's like, listen, sure, in theory, this would be fun and everything, and who cares? But all it takes is, you know, one picture, and the next thing you know, your employer sees
a coworker.
Yeah, and so unfortunately, you really have to take those things into account. You just never know. But also, seeing her, I didn't really have to say anything. We just both started giggling, like, yeah, this is not going to work. But she'll come up with something, and we'll have a good time this weekend. We'll have a good time tonight if you're a hockey fan, because tonight is the night. Game 1, Stanley Cup Finals. Panthers and the Oilers going at it in Edmonton. The Oilers minus 130 on the money line. The Panthers are plus 110. The total set at 6. If you're interested in the series price, the Oilers are minus 125. The Panthers are plus 105. This is a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup Final, when Edmonton overcame a 3-0 deficit, forced to Game 7. That's when Florida ended up winning 2-1. And I think the big question surrounding this series is, what is going to happen with Connor McDavid? Because right now he is as good as it gets in the sport. He's done everything. He's still only, 26? Like, if he walked away right now, he'd be considered one of the greatest to ever lace him up in the NHL. But he's never won a Stanley Cup. 3-time league MVP. And there's going to be so much talent on both sides here, Chelsea. When you look at particular players, like superstars in any sport, do they need to win a title to be considered a great? And look, he's got a long runway ahead of him. Let's not act like he's 38 at the end of his career. But does someone like him need a championship to validate his excellence?
I tend to think not when it comes to team sports. And obviously, I'm not a huge hockey person, so maybe you will have to explain to me the nuances of this. But we've seen this in other sports because, you know, sports like football, it is very much a team game. And you can be a great quarterback and post great numbers. We saw it with Joe Burrow this past season, where he put up MVP-type numbers, but his defense was so bad that they didn't even make the postseason. Does that make Joe Burrow a worse quarterback because his defense is bad? No, it does not. Sometimes it gets tangled up and remembered differently, because I think this is one of the things kind of going against Josh Allen currently, is that they continue to lose to the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship. But again, like, Josh Allen was not bad in those games. It's just defensive breakdowns. And sometimes it's just the team letting him down. And sometimes you just meet another team that's really, really good.
Yeah.
So I tend to lean towards the side of, I don't think that it ruins your legacy. It's nice to have at least one, you know, to put on the resume. But maybe it's different in, like, basketball, because there's only 5 guys on the court. And if you're a superstar, like, more of the load and the blame and the accolades are on you when you're 1/5 of the rotation and you're chosen to, you know, carry the load in the biggest moments. of the game. So I do think it's sport specific. It is more on basketball players, I think, and obviously individual sports. If you don't win a title, it's all on you. Is it like this in hockey? Like, is it considered to be similar to football in that it's still very much a team game?
It is, but I will say this. I'm of the belief that the biggest superstars in the game, regardless of sport, you have to have won a world championship to elevate your legacy. And I'm not saying that's fair, but I think it's reality. Like Alexander Ovechkin is a good example here in D.C. Thank God the Caps won the Cup in 2018, because you could definitely have made an argument they should have won more during that window. Whatever, they got one, but he needed that one. And now that he got that one, now that he's broken Gretzky's record, he's seen as one of the greats, but it's also because he has a cup. And when you look at other players who haven't done that, Dan Marino in football is a perfect example. When you think about the greats to have ever played the game at quarterback, Marino is right up there. But you don't hear him. Why? Because he doesn't have a world championship, doesn't have a Super Bowl. Charles Barkley is a great modern-day example. Charles Barkley is known for his hilarious antics and analysis on Inside the NBA on TNT, now going to ESPN. And what do they always give him a hard time about on the show? Now, you never won a ring, Chuck. Never won a ring. Go back and look at Charles Barkley's stats. You forget about Charles Barkley, the basketball player. Charles Barkley was unbelievable. But he's known because of his personality and because, of that show, and it's been so long since he's played, people forget. Chuck was unreal. He just doesn't have a title. He is one of the greats. And so to reach that next level, you have to be able to say at least one time, I was a world champion. So all of that is to say, if you're Connor McDavid, already one of the greats at 26, has a long career ahead of him, if he wants to reach next level status, he's got to win one. Or just like in golf, what's the worst label you can have? Best player never to win a major. If you're a superstar, you have to win a title.
Do you think Josh Allen is headed towards that? Josh Allen's never even played in a Super Bowl. Like, I know he's only 29, but I think you're right. It's one of those things where it's almost revisionist history, where it's not fair. But I think, like, if Josh Allen never reaches a Super Bowl in 15 years, people will probably forget just how good he was, even though he has an MVP to his name.
Yes, I agree. Like, John Elway was very close to becoming this guy. Very close. It was like, Elway's amazing, but he has won a Super Bowl, and then he got Terrell Davis, and then he gets a couple at the end of his career. It's a different level. Like, you just automatically elevate people to that. So if you're Connor McDavid, you got to have one. Also, Edmonton, as a franchise, has not won a cup since 1990. A Canadian team has not won since 1993 when the Habs beat the Kings. But if you want to see an awesome atmosphere tonight, even if you're not a hockey fan, just tune into the first 5 minutes of this game. Like when the Oilers take the ice against the Panthers. It's going to be absolutely bonkers. And I have to say, I kind of like the Panthers in this series. As much as I kind of want Edmonton to win it, and right now they're, again, the favorites at -125 to win the series, I think it's Florida. I think Florida might win tonight. Florida is 8-2 on the road outright in the playoffs. They have the championship experience. I think they're the better overall team. They also have a huge advantage in net with Bobrovsky compared to Stuart Skinner, who's sort of up and down. I know Edmonton is the favorite, probably the sentimental favorite. I would actually be on the Panthers.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that because it feels like the goalie is, one of the most important parts of a championship run. And we know Bobrovsky's done it before. If I'm not mistaken, please correct me because obviously I'm not a hockey gal, but I will be rooting for the Panthers as well. And I'm trying to put myself in the same headspace as when we saw the match between Team USA and Team Canada, because it's similar to that. And I feel like a lot of casual hockey fans were born when we saw that during the All-Star break. So I am going to tune into the Stanley Cup, especially when the stakes are the highest. And plus, I'll be rooting against Canada again. Go back up north. This is our sport. Florida is a hockey state.
I would love to see Edmonton win. I just think it would be great for the sport if a Canadian team I understand cheer for America. I think it would be great for the sport if Edmonton won. It would be great for McDavid. It would be a great storyline. I don't like Florida. Florida Panthers. Come on. I mean, yeah, they're in the States. I'd like to see the NHL mix it up a little. Well, they won it last year. But also, that championship experience accounts for a lot. Like, all of the pressure is on Edmonton because of their history, because it's been so long, because of McDavid and Draisaitl, and because the Panthers, again, they're the reigning champs. Nothing to prove, and they're the dog in this series. All of that pressure is on the Oilers. I can't wait for this series. Also, I like the overtime. There's just too much offensive talent. As good as Bobrovsky is, Skinner's really dicey. I mean, both sides of each of these rosters are just jam-packed, so I would pick on the over if I had to choose an over 6 tonight in Edmonton. Coming up next, the Pacers try to continue their magical run in the NBA Finals tomorrow night. Early thoughts are next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. You disco. We disco. Double D. Great to have you with us on a Wednesday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Coming up on the show, we are just more than 24 hours away from the NBA Finals, an early preview. Pacers, Thunder on the way. So earlier in the show, we were talking about how the Pacers yesterday, when they were flying into Oklahoma City, I think they flew into Tulsa, and they kept having to drive or fly around the airport. And they were delayed 3.5 hours because of a weather event. So this got me thinking, and I was talking about this with the lovely Catherine last week, and we were talking about weather and tornadoes. I don't know how we got on it. And I remember when I was a kid, and my grandfather, he lived just outside of Wichita Falls, Texas, speaking of weather events. And so I remember when I was a kid, he had this cellar in his backyard, like an underground concrete cellar. And it scared me because they were saying, oh, we have to have this because there could be a tornado. Like, we get a lot of tornadoes around here. And there was like food, like jars of food, supplies, flashlights, in case we need to go underground for an extended period of time. And Tulsa's not quite there, but right there in Oklahoma, North Texas, there is what is Tornado Alley, goes right up into Kansas. I think we were talking about it on this show last week. And so I remember thinking, why was my grandfather, this is the early 80s, like, yeah, it was a big deal. You got to be careful. It's Tornado Alley. But I remember at the time as a kid being like, something really bad happened here. And then I looked it up, and there was the 1979 Red River Valley tornado outbreak. And where my grandparents lived was right in the middle of this. This is crazy. Over a 2-day span, they had 58 tornadoes and 61 people died. It's bizarre. And now I know why my grandfather was like, if this ever happens again, guess what? We're going underground for a long time, and we can survive if we have to. And so when I think of Tornado Alley and Tulsa and that area and weather events, that just like popped into my head. And the pictures are wild. So I don't know if we'll ever see something like that again. Hopefully not. But man, going back and looking at those, I got scared just looking at the pictures.
I feel like this comes standard with a lot of homes in that area, though, because my grandparents had a storm cellar. My grandparents live in like the middle of nowhere, Kansas, like close to Wichita. And this used to be where all the tornadoes were. I feel like I'm not a weather expert, so like maybe I'm wrong with this. I feel like the weather patterns have shifted more towards the southeast, to where now we see like tornadoes in like Alabama and Mississippi and Arkansas and Missouri, because it used to be very much Oklahoma and Kansas. I don't know if that's a trend. I'll have to look into it. But you're right. This is like very much a part of growing up in that area. Like my grandparents had the exact same thing. It was like this huge trap door that you would like open and climb underground. Yeah. I mean, it was a different time, but you just never know. If you live in those areas, I think you're right. You just kind of have to be prepared for that because you just never know. And the last thing you want to do is not worry about it. And then the next thing you know, next year something happens or something like that. But man, when I think of weather events, that just always comes like rushing back to me because it was so very vivid to me as a kid. Well, we are going to get into tomorrow night's game one of the NBA Finals. Before that, we should talk about the Knicks firing Tom Thibodeau. Bit of a surprise yesterday when the Eastern Conference Finals ended. You know, he got endorsements from Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, but now he is gone after the Knicks made the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years. This was the reaction from Antonio Daniels on Sirius XM NBA Radio.
You know, I tell you all the time, Rob, after a team is eliminated, like, the reaction and drastic changes are made. Just the overall outlook, no matter how good or how much that team accomplished. Because realistically speaking, the New York Knicks had a better season this year than they did last year. Because, truth be told, your success is determined by the postseason, not the regular season. Now, we can argue, did their expectation change after they beat the Boston Celtics? Right? Was the standard raised after they beat the Boston Celtics? After they beat a team that many people thought were going to repeat? Did that change the thought process surrounding the New York Knicks? I think this comes down to Thibs' lack of ability to evolve.
I talked about this in the first segment, kind of went off on why I think this is a bad move. Do you agree, disagree, like it, dislike it?
As somebody who obviously is not super close to, the Knicks front office, just from a casual standpoint, you look at what the Knicks did this season and you say, they're going in an upward trajectory. Doesn't it feel like the Knicks have gotten better? And even in the tweet where, Shams was talking about the firing, he mentioned all of the good things that Tom Thibodeau has done. Like you mentioned, their first Eastern Conference Finals in 25 years, made the playoffs in 4 of their last 5 seasons, and 50-plus win seasons for the first time since the 1990s. The Knicks are relevant again. And I understand when you play in a big market, notably the number 1 media market in the country in New York City, obviously the standards are a little bit different. But, was he going to get fired unless they won the NBA Finals this year? Like, maybe there's some coaching adjustments he could have made, but now you're starting from scratch and you're now looking for a new head coach, and there's no guarantee that you're going to get the guy that you want. So I know Michael Malone is probably number 1 on the list after being fired from the Nuggets, but still, this kind of feels, I don't want to say out of left field, but it is a little bit of a shock, especially since they did ask Jalen Brunson about this after the finals. And he said he was the guy for the job. And maybe Jalen Brunson wasn't telling the truth in that moment, but still, it feels like a bit of a knee-jerk reaction.
I feel the same way, but forget about me. What does Ben Stiller think? Oh, well, he posted this on X. I'm a Tom Thibodeau fan. He brought this team back. I felt he gave every bit of himself and was always looking to improve. I will always be grateful for how far he brought the Knicks. They are relevant again. They are championship contenders again. The Knicks became winners again with him. Thank you, Coach Tibbs. So there you go. You can't talk about the Knicks without talking about Ben Stiller. I'm with you. I feel like this is a knee-jerk reaction. I'm very interested to see who they bring in. I know Jay Wright has been bandied about because they have so many Nova players on the team, but be careful what you wish for. When you've gone as far as you've gone in 2.5 decades and you make a call like this, you better know what you're doing. Will the Pacers know what they're doing tomorrow night? After a 3.5-hour delay yesterday and finally landing in Tulsa and going to Oklahoma City to take on the Thunder. We get the finals game 1 tomorrow night. Thunder laying 9.5. Thunder minus 400. Pacers are plus 310. Total set at 230.5, Chelsea. Before we talk about this game, one thing we know about the Thunder is that they played fantastic defense. Charles Barkley knows that. We were talking about Chuck earlier in the show, so he is one of the many singing the praises of OKC.
Man, they put a couple guys, I said on air, they put a couple guys in the game who didn't even play in the last series, and they came in and played well. They're all about 6'7", 6'8", but you got to give Sam Presti some credit. He went out and got Caruso and Hartenstein, because if you go back and look last year, Chet was getting pushed around by Valanciunas, and man, we need to get another big guy. And then they needed another wing guy. And now they got a really, really good team. And you got to give them their flowers. I think they will finish this thing off. But if they win this thing, you got to say, man, they're pretty special.
Love Chuck. That's from Sirius XM in radio. But, he's right. When you look at what Sam Presti has done, he has been the real architect here. And, of course, they have SGA and Chet Holmgren. They've drafted well. But the moves, the pieces that are in place, like Chuck was talking about, Hartenstein and Caruso. I remember last year when they went and got Caruso and then later Hartenstein signing him, it was just like, man, these are such great complementary pieces. And those guys are always a part of any championship team. Of course, you have stars, and then you have the guys that know their roles, and they play those roles so very well. And, look, you can make a very similar argument about the Pacers, no question about it. But when you talk about the Thunder, no team has been constructed, I feel like, so beautifully as Oklahoma City.
Well, especially if defense does win championships, because this is a team that's built around defense. And of course, you have an MVP leading the way offensively when it comes to SGA. So you're right. This has been a team that has been crafted carefully by their ownership. And now it's finally paying off. But let's talk about this game for a second, because as good as the Thunder are, we have been paying a premium on the Thunder for most of the season, just because they're a team that has, all these runaway wins, best run differential. I'm thinking about baseball, best points differential when it comes to these. And they've been really good, especially at home. So these are some trends that are going to be hard to go against. But listen, how many times have people been wrong on the Indiana Pacers so far this season? In fact, in that series against Cleveland, there was like a list of like 20 ESPN writers, and they asked him to choose who they think was going to come out of that series. Every single one of them picked the Cavs. Not a single one picked the Pacers. So I think it's difficult here because, yes, the Thunder are good, but how many times are we going to be proven wrong by the Pacers and the fact that they belong here? And when you're giving them this many points, like what's the spread for game 1? 9.5 points. I've even laid this number before. I remember the first game of the series between the Thunder and the Nuggets, and I said to myself, okay, the Nuggets are going to be outclassed. They're going to be tired. The Thunder have a really deep rotation. And then the Nuggets won that game outright. And looking at the Pacers, they've been really good in a lot of these game ones. In fact, each of their last 2 series, game 1, they've been underdogs, and they won each of those games outright. So I think I'm leaning towards taking the points with the Pacers here, just because 9.5 is a lot of points.
Yeah, it is. Right now, I'm leaning Thunder, but I reserve the right to change this. Maybe by the end of the show, but definitely by tomorrow. I just don't know at this point because it is such a large number. And I wonder, what I think is these are 2 similar teams. They're going to run with each other. And I think because of that, I mean, we see that. We expect a high-scoring game. The total set at 230 and a hook. But also, when you have 2 teams that are willing to go back and forth with one another, then I think maybe it lends itself to a closer game. I think Tyrese Halliburton will have to be more aggressive with his shot taking and shot making, because in the 2 previous meetings this season, he really wasn't that player. He was more willing to distribute. But I think to keep up with Oklahoma City, he's going to have to produce. But ultimately, I can't decide if the Thunder are just going to overwhelm the Pacers because of that defense, or if the Pacers have the depth to hang with Oklahoma City because they've hung with everyone. I almost want to say, too, to your point, taking the points or leaning to taking the points with the Pacers, is that it feels like throughout this entire postseason, Vegas still hasn't respected the Pacers. And like even now, this is a big number. I think I might lean Oklahoma City, but then I keep thinking about it and I'm like, haven't we been treating Indiana like a redheaded stepchild the entire time? Like here they are, game 1. They performed well in game 1s. They've taken out Boston. They've taken out the Knicks. They were the underdogs in both of those series. And yet here they are still, again, 9.5-point dogs in game 1. The more I talk this out, the more I might be with you.
Well, I think not the only sabotage factor, but one of the sabotage factors is that we've seen some of these games, especially when Oklahoma City is involved, sometimes they just fall in one direction or the other. Like going back to the Pacers, they either win a game outright or, as underdogs, or they lose and they don't cover the number. Like it feels like there's no in between. Like either they lose in a blowout or they win as like 8.5-point dogs. So like maybe there's a case in there where if the Thunder win, they're probably going to cover because the number hasn't really mattered. Like I'm looking at each of the instances in which the Pacers covered as underdogs, and all those are outright wins. So maybe I should be making the argument for the Pacers on the money line at plus 310 or nothing.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it, Chelsea. Oh, you be a legend.
But do you get what I'm saying?
What's that?
It's like the number hasn't mattered for the Pacers. It's like either they win outright or they lose and they get blown out.
Well, that's actually a very good point. That Thunder defense is so good. It's going to be fascinating, too, and we can get more into the weeds when we talk about this game tomorrow. But the Thunder's perimeter defense is so very good, and it shuts down a lot of teams. But then conversely, the Pacers are very effective from long range. In some ways, it's strength versus strength there. I'm telling you, the more I talk about this, the more you're talking me into maybe taking the points with the Pacers. I have to look at this game even more deeply than I have. And this is just sort of my residual thinking before we go into more of a deeper dive tomorrow. But the more I talk this out, the more I think, man, 9.5 is a lot for a finals game.
Yeah, but we've seen some of these games kind of get away from teams late in the game, so I don't know. There is nothing wrong with sitting out the first game of the series. Maybe we sit and wait, and then we bet on game 2.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm going to do. I'll probably bet on baseball and then maybe get in a game. Get a little action. Game 2, game 3, something like that. Coming up next on the show, it is the middle of the week, so let's get a winning streak going as we get closer to the weekend. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Welcome back to the show on a Wednesday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on, Double D. Give me some of that bootleg Warren G. Michael McDonald. Coming up on the show. I love these janky instrumentals. Pretty good. We have the boys from Bet Sweats coming up at the top of the hour. That's going to be exciting. Chelsea, I'm trying to think of something exciting to say today. My God.
It's a Wednesday. Wednesdays are the worst. I've already made this case.
I thought it was Tuesdays for you. It's Wednesdays? I got it wrong?
No, it's the dead middle of the week. And it's not a Thursday, and it's not a Tuesday. At least during football season, like Mondays and Thursdays have like primetime football. Yeah. But like Wednesdays, for me, it's like the panic day. Because I don't know if you do this, but I take a nap after the show. And sometimes I'll wake up and I'm like, oh, nice and relaxing. And then I look at Twitter, I'm like, oh my God, there are baseball games going on. I have like 5 bets that I've missed the first half of. So you like feverishly go to the MLB app and you're like, oh my God, what's going on? So I like wake up in a panic every Wednesday.
Oh no. I'm sorry, Chelsea. Well, I get that. But you're almost there. I'm not doing a good job of napping. I'm normally great at napping. I'm like laying down. I'm up and down for like 35 minutes. I think it's because I knew how to get groceries yesterday. Part of the problem is that when you order that many groceries, because we usually order like in bulk, and the lovely Catherine is at work, so it's incumbent upon me to put away all the groceries, which I don't mind, but it's kind of nice to have some help because it takes a long time, and it took me yesterday like 45 minutes to put everything away. Yeah, so I think that's why I was like, oh, I got groceries coming, so I got to look at the show, I got to put everything away, and it's really not my strength. And I generally do it like we normally get them ordered during the day, and then I'm responsible for which, I mean, she's at work. What you got to do? So I don't mind. It's just one of those big chores that you sort of dread. So I think I was laying down like, oh, man, where am I going to put those Diet Cokes? Where are these cereal boxes going to go? I don't know. I'll figure it out. I think that's what was on my mind yesterday, like real first world problems.
It is on the Mount Rushmore of like house chores I hate doing. Like laundry is always going to be the far and away number one, but putting away groceries sneaky is annoying because there's also the dilemma of, do you do it nicely? Like, do you take the Diet Cokes out of like the cardboard thing and like line them up nicely? Are you somebody who puts some pride into putting away the groceries? Because me and my husband are very different in this. He will put stuff in the container in it. Meanwhile, I want it to look nice in our fridge, and I will take like the yogurts out of their pack and like put them in the snack drawer. Do you do this?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm probably not as organized as you, but like the Diet Cokes, like we have a couple bins where we take all of them out, so they sort of just line up in the bins.
Yeah,
you know, so you can just
so
take
it's easy
one
to
out.
grab them.
Yeah, as opposed to just like because we go through Diet Coke like it's water. Like, and Catherine is the absolute worst. Like I'll wake up
health.
Oh my God, seriously. Like she's just like a Diet Coke fiend. In the morning, we'll wake up like on the weekends, and I'll be like, "Do you want me to get you a Diet Coke?" She's like, "Yes, please." She loves Diet Coke. So as much as I love them, she really goes through them. But yeah, I tend to, try to keep the fridge in decent order. I try that. That's the one area in which I feel like I'm a good partner, is that I definitely clean things and sort of put things away. So I don't know. I say that, and yet I can't cook a lick. So who knows? Maybe I'm giving myself too much credit.
We all have our talents. Like, God doesn't always give with both hands. Have you heard that expression?
I have not. That's a good one.
That's what you say to somebody who's like really pretty but really dumb. You're like, God doesn't give with both hands. It's fine.
I gotta remember that. I'm going to use that myself. All right, very good. Very good. Learned something this morning. Coming up next to Bet Sweats. I mean, with the hosts on this show, God gave with both hands. Joe O in one, Sammy P in the other. The Lord said, I will bless the BetMGM Network. They're coming at you. They're going to talk about the Knicks firing Tom Thibodeau. I'm sure they're going to have thoughts on that. They're going to give their best bets for the start of the Stanley Cup final as well. I like the Panthers. Panthers. We'll see what those guys have to say. Then Pete Jensen from NHL.com will join the show at 9:40, so that's coming up in less than an hour. And the crew from Foul Territory TV will be along at 11 o'clock. All right. We've had a good week, Betty. Had a perfect night last night. Knock on wood. Flawless victory. Let's try to keep it going and tell you our favorite plays for this evening.
Time to place your bets.
All right. I like this bet. Like this bet. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm riding a trend here, and the hot trend is the Giants and the under. The San Francisco Giants have hit the under for 11 straight games, and I'm hoping it's going to be 12 after tonight. So I'm hitting the under between the Giants and the Padres. I'm going to go 7.5 for minus 140. Just give me a little extra wiggle room. But if you look at both of these teams, and you say to yourself, these are two of the best teams in the NL West. What happened to their offense? Because over the last month, the Padres and the Giants have fallen off a cliff offensively speaking. Over the last 30 days in Major League Baseball, both these teams sit in the bottom 10 of just about every statistical category when it comes to their offense. And also, they've had great pitching performances. So it's a combination of both things. The San Francisco Giants have the best bullpen ERA of any staff in the major leagues. And you look at the Padres, they've been really good too, ranking third in team ERA when it comes to their relief corps. So both of these things combined with the fact that we have two pretty solid starters today going. For San Diego, it's Nick Pivetta, 6-2 with a 2.74 ERA. The under is hit in each of the last three starts and quality starts in each of the last three, at least by definition. Then you look at Kyle Harrison. He's had a couple blow-ups, but, his last two have been pretty solid. 5 shutout innings last time around against the Marlins. And again, both these bullpens have been lights out. So let's go under 7.5 between the Giants and the Padres.
Love it. Love it. We were on that play yesterday. That hit. So I like you continuing that trend. I got a couple of money line plays that I'm on. A little juicy here, but been a good week. I can afford it, so let's do it. Oh, yeah. Marlins money line found it at minus 142, hosting the Rockies. Do I think Colorado is going to win 3 straight? Look at me with a straight face and tell me Colorado's going to win 3 straight. No, they're not. No, they are not. Kyle Freeland is on the mound. Kyle Freeland is 0-8 this season. They have not won a game when Kyle Freeland starts. He has an ERA of 5.72. You're looking at the other side. You're like, oh, my God, Cal Quantrill, he has an ERA. It's even worse, 5.84. That is front-loaded. He's been much better recently. 2 runs or less in each of his last 5 starts, and he gets to face those Rockies bats. The Rockies cannot win 3 straight. It's not in their DNA. Marlins money line, minus 142. Also, a pick I love, Rays money line, minus 143, hosting the Rangers. You've got Kumar Rocker going for Tejas, Shane Baz going for Tampa. I bet this as soon as it hit the board yesterday. Kumar Rocker was awesome at Vandy. He may well turn into a great pitcher. He is not a major league pitcher right now. He struggled in the minors. He's gotten lit up in the majors. He's coming off an injury. Like, everything points to him getting roughed up. The last time we saw him, he was getting roughed up against the A's. 5 runs in an inning and 2/3. And you're like, okay, fair. But also, that was in Sacramento. Overs are through the roof out there. Even great pitchers give up runs. Okay, fine. Rocker on the road this season, 0-3, an ERA of 15.75. Not good. The Rangers on the road this season, just 9-19 overall. Rays money line, minus 143. You're getting value at that price. Okay, before we find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats, we got to find out what the Donkster is up to. Donkster, get on in here.
Whoa! Look at me on camera. There we go. Show some respect. I've been on this show for more than 3 years.
Okay, Donkster, everyone makes mistakes. It's fine.
Is it just me, or are these Orlando Magic uniforms are terrible looking?
I mean, I think they're pretty good. I don't like the two-tone one, but they're a nice throwback.
I guess. I thought you were a uniform guy, Dad.
I am a uniform guy.
Then let me tell you about the best uniforms of all time. Back in 1976, the Chicago White Sox wore shorts for 3 games. They went 2-1 overall, and they looked amazing.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that.
This should be implemented league-wide. Just imagine if Cal Riley wore shorts. The big dumper would enchant us all.
No, I thought you liked girls.
I like bodies. Big bodies, small bodies, round bodies, weird bodies. I'm lonely.
All right.
Okay, that's okay. That's enough. We need a bet, Dongster.
Mariners, minus 140, and the big dumper hosting the Baltimore Orioles.
Okay, good luck. Nice shot. What's up next on Bet Sweats? Well, for that, we got to bring in our good friend Joe Ostrowski. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
What's a weird body?
That's all. Maybe short top, long legs. I don't know. It's a Dongster.
I don't think he discriminates too much.
No, he doesn't.
That's one thing that we all know. Yeah, of course, we'll preview the Stanley Cup final. We have power rankings today. We're taking an early look at fantasy football running backs. We're going to take a look there. MLB card, the usual stuff. Take a look at NBA finals. Can't say that I'm thrilled about it as we wait around long again and again and again, but we'll see. Maybe it'll be a longer series. I don't know.
Let's hope for.
Are you hyped for it? Are you guys hyped for it?
I mean, what kind of question is that? I mean, I'm excited for it. Like, I don't think it's going to be a snooze fest.
I hope not. We'll see.
Are you? What? I mean, we don't have a ton of time, but is it just not the matchup you wanted, or have you waited too long?
The lull, that doesn't help,
Yeah.
but I think we know the matchup isn't going to be just the way. It's not about the market size. It's about the matchup that we're probably going to be getting. And Halliburton has had troubles against this defense.
Yeah, fair enough. Joe, have a great show. Can't wait to listen. That's it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you go out and you have a great Wednesday. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
What's going on? It's Wednesday. Bet Sweats here for the next 3 hours. Joe O, Sammy P. A lot of fun playing. Never know what the hell's going to happen on the show. A lot happening yesterday on the show that we did not plan out. So I'm sure the same will occur today. We'll go over the ESPN FPI rankings that were just released for college football in 20 minutes. Later this hour, Pete Jensen, NHL.com, will preview the Stanley Cup final, which starts tonight. We've got power rankings. We're going to go fantasy football. I think we're going to differ as far as some of the top running backs we're thinking about. We preview the NFC South. We'll have someone from foul territory like we do every single Wednesday on the show. How you doing, Sam?
Did you get the Pop-Tarts or not?
Okay, so all afternoon, you were saying I needed to order ahead of time because the one that's like 10, 12 minutes away from me was saying that there were three there. And I went back later in the afternoon before I went over there. I'm like, still said 3 there, 3 in stock. I go there, nada. Telling you, it's not a situation where people were walking around with them in their cart. It is not. I bet you if I pull up the website right now, it'll say 3 in stock because they're liars at Walmart. They're lying to you. They want to get you in the store. Only 3 left. Oh, yeah, for hours, this hot item that America needs, nobody's grabbing it. Nobody. Believe me, I saw plenty of people in the freezer section over at Walmart. Some people I did not want to spend a lot of time around. But, yeah, there was nothing there. I posted the video on X at Joe Ostrowski. Cleaned out. So I thought I had a hookup, but had absolutely nothing.
It's a whole thing, man. I had a bunch of texts like, did Joe really go? Did he go and come out empty-handed? I said, I think so. I want to get the full review, by the way. Brian Gertch apparently has secured the Pop-Tarts ice cream, but you went and did not come through. Eugh, tough.
It says right here, I just looked it up, only 3 left. Get out of my face. So they get you in the door. It's a scam. They get you in the door. You buy something else. Man, ridiculous. Last time I go to Walmart. What kind did Gertch get?
He got apparently 2 boxes. He went through, came out with 2 boxes. I need the full review, by the way, during the break.
Yeah. We'll have to get that at some point during the show. And we'll find out. Is he chocolate fudge or is he not? Is he strawberry? What exactly is he? I guess we got to start with Jack Haggs, right? Not the biggest surprise in the world. We felt like, okay, he's going to have a big performance or it's going to be one of these offers. It was an offer. When you think offer, you think maybe 0 for 4. No, Haggs topped him. He was 0 for 5. They slotted him as a DH yesterday, the Royals did. He hit 6 in the lineup, 0 for 5. A line out, ground out. One of those innings, he actually grounded out twice, Sammy.
He was heavy hunting first pitch, which I actually don't mind. I think that's fine to do that.
Good.
He hit balls hard, too. You know, if you're in that camp of exit velocity, he hit balls hard. And you know what I was doing yesterday? I was defending myself and defending our show. People were like, he can't win. He won't win Rookie of the Year.
Still?
So annoying. People like, oh, yeah, you made a good bet, but it's not going to win. Really? That's where we're at? Like, that's what you want to do? We made this bet at 70, 50, 40 to 1. Oh, he's not going to win, Joe. He's not winning Rookie of the Year. All day, that was the narrative on X.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're in it. You're dealing with it much more than I am. But yeah, man, you're right. You're right. His 5 batted balls, exit velocity on average was 97. One was hit almost 114 miles an hour. Damn, that's tough. Okay, so we played out the scenario yesterday. We talked about it. Okay, he's going to have a great performance, probably a terrible performance. And, stats-wise, box score-wise, it was a terrible performance, even though we know that isn't quite reality. He's hitting the ball hard. Those are going to fall eventually. But don't forget, don't get frustrated after one day, just the debut. He goes 0-4, which is quite normal, and then you're not going to bet on him over the coming days or this weekend. I think you said they play the White Sox this weekend. That would be a great opportunity. Yeah. And by the way, it's going to be very warm here. Very warm. It's going to be in the 80s. So for this time of year, based on what we've seen so far, don't forget about it. I wouldn't say just be frustrated and run away after just striking out in his debut.
No, I wouldn't get too worried. I mean, he was putting the ball in play. That first swing that he had, he torqued the ball out of play. He was like first pitch hunting the whole game. And then that first at bat, right to the warning track. You're getting excited because the show was saying bet him the homer, plus 600, plus 650, right to the track, like an inch away from hitting a ball 450 feet. He's going to be just fine. I am not too worried about Jack Haggs.
And he put the bat on the ball every time, too. Like, he's not striking out. He's giving you a chance. Those are going to start to fall. So there's no reason to be concerned whether you have a big ticket or you plan on betting some of his props. Before we get to Tibbs, got to hit Major League Baseball. I did well. I should have just fired on Colorado. I actually talked about it. Like, I want to, but I'm just not going to do it at plus 150. Back-to-back wins, man. They secure their first series win of the year. Break out the Rocks. 11-50 on the year now.
Yeah, 11-50 for Colorado. Woo! Sound the alarm. Do they sweep, though? Are you doing it today? Because we're looking at a price right now. Miami's about minus 170. Minus 170. But you said yesterday you can't lay a price with the Marlins against the Rockies. And here we are. Quantrill and Freeland. Are you going to do it again? Are you going to go back to the Rockies?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't bet it yesterday, but they're bringing that number down a tick every day on Miami. It was 200, and then it's 180, 190. Now it's 170. Maybe it drops a little bit more. Undecided at the moment. I would think not. I'm probably not going to go for the sweep. How about you? Are you considering it?
No, I'm going to go probably. That's a 12-10 first pitch, too. It's early. Get it out of the way, right out of the gate. And this number has moved 30 cents. Miami opens $1.35. I see $1.65. So a 30-cent move against the Rockies. I don't think I'd bet Colorado today.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I would either. We were oppo on a game. I got the right side this time around. Strider, 4 starts, 4 losses. He has not gone more than 5 innings so far. Gallen, unlike most of his year, he had a really strong performance, only 1 earned run in 7 innings. Again, we wait. It might just be the tough part of the schedule that they're trying to get through with Atlanta, or it just never happens. When I say we wait, I'm talking about the Braves turning things around. We're still waiting.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, man. It's a weird season. And I did lay $1.50. You were right. I was wrong. Atlanta is now 5 games under 500 and 10 games out of the National League East. And I don't know. I was pretty confident in their ability to turn this around. I don't know, man. I mean, they are like neck and neck right now with the Nationals, which I didn't expect. You got the Mets who find a way to keep winning games 38-23. The Braves are 27-32. And I was putting a lot of stock together on the Braves. Win the pennant, win the World Series. Strider does not have it right now. And he was getting hit pretty hard yesterday. I don't feel great about the Braves. As somebody who just bought a bunch of Brave stock, not great at this point in time.
No, it's not looking good. You still have a couple more games with Arizona. Then they have a 6-game road trip. San Francisco, Milwaukee. Things will lighten up after that. That could be a buy time, but I don't know. You might be in a position you're like, am I really going to buy? There's a Rockies series, a Marlins series, but it's mixed in with Mets and Phillies. So it's not like a clean path for Atlanta. It doesn't matter to the opponent. They need to start playing some consistent ball, something that we are not seeing. As you mentioned, 5 games under 500 for the Atlanta Braves. We'll talk baseball. And by the way, our foul territory guest today, analyst Eric Kratz, he's always a lot of fun. We'll get his thoughts on the Braves and everything else going on, including CAGs, a few of the big stories in Major League Baseball. It happens on a regular basis. We get off the air and something big drops, and that happened again yesterday. Tibbs was fired. This was not something I heard talked a lot about nationally. I just threw out the idea myself, and I was getting tweets, Bet Sweats, at Joe Ostrowski. I know you were as well, at SP Shoot, just about this idea, and I'm kind of torn on it because it's not something that I was demanding. I wasn't banging my fist on the table. You got to fire Tibbs. This is the move. You got to fire Tibbs. But just based on where that organization is, just kind of reading the tea leaves a little bit, Tibbs has been there 5 years. We know the story with Tibbs. It's not going to be a long tenure. And they could think it's run its course. We hit Tibbs' ceiling. And apparently that's exactly what the Knicks feel. We don't really know because Leon Rose doesn't talk. I would be very frustrated if I was a Knicks fan just because of that. You have no insight into this team because Leon Rose is just a press release guy. But Tibbs gets fired after 5 years. They get all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals, furthest the Knicks have gotten in 25 years.
You got to be careful because we saw this in Chicago. You don't know what you got until it's gone. And he enhanced a lot of their franchise, right? He made them better. He made them tougher. They played defense. And I saw your guy, Ben Stiller, come out of the woodwork and say, thank you, Tibbs, for doing everything you did. Who are they going to go to now? I saw Big Cat Barstool saying Jay Wright. I saw a bunch of rumors about this guy and that guy. Here's the problem with Tibbs, and it happened in Chicago. They went to Hoiberg after Tibbs. It was not better. What is the next step for the Knicks? He got them literally on the doorstep. Now what? I think it's a bad move. I would not have sent him packing, and I have no idea what the next step is going to be. But he got them literally back to relevancy, man. How do you fire a guy that got you back to being relevant? I'll never get it. I'll never understand it. And now what? You go to Jay Wright? You go to, what do you do? Phil Jackson? You going to bring Phil Jackson back? What do you do now?
That's a great question. I think the first name that a lot of people are going to bring up, naturally, Michael Malone. He had a lot of success in Denver. But that's the name. I assume they already have their guy. If not, they don't know what the hell they're doing. An awful move would be Mark Jackson. I see his media friends trying to pump his name up and the New York connections and all that. I saw Stephen A. What about Jalen's dad, Rick Brunson? He's respected and he's got history in the organization. Could you imagine a player's dad coaching? Like, oh my God, that would not be a great fit. In New York, star player's dad is the head coach. That wouldn't work. Like I said, I don't agree with the move. I just kind of connecting the dots. Probably what they think they are isn't reality. But I could see them thinking, okay, maybe this is Doug Collins' situation. You bring in Phil Jackson. He takes us over the top. He's a difference maker. Maybe it's a Mark Jackson. I just brought him up. Remember when he was in Golden State? Let's get Steve Kerr in. And then they end up winning 4 titles, gets them to the next level. Maybe they think there's just another coach out there that can get them to that next level that Tibbs can't do. But the surprising part is it happens in his best season. In back-to-back 50-win seasons you just saw, and they're like, now it's time to go. There's probably stuff going on behind the scenes. When the Bulls fired him, there was stuff going on behind the scenes. He wears on people. He just does. And I think that's the human element that they were probably sick of Tibbs.
Yeah, but now what? What do you do now? How do you get better? Do you bring in a better coach? Man, it's tough because you never know what you got until it's gone.
Eastern Conference, pretty wide open. That's probably another part of their thinking. Joe O, Sammy P, let's talk some college football. We've got the initial FPI rankings from ESPN. That's next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
First hour of the show every day. We are live on Stadium. Watch Stadium via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern. We are here 9 to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Go to BetMGMNetwork.com. Check us out on YouTube and Twitch if you want to watch the video portion of this show. Joe O. Sammy P. just talking about Tibbs and possible replacements in New York. You would think that they have their guy. Who knows? Who knows? We'll get to next year's NBA futures numbers, which are already available before we get to the NBA finals, as we're going to have to sit around and wait another day. I do love that our guy Paul Aspen, executive producer of the show, gets so annoyed every time somebody brings up Jay Wright going back or coaching in the NBA or going out like that, getting that big paycheck. I agree with him. You know what it is? It's like the 20 years of Bill Cowher anytime there's an opening. Maybe Bill Cowher's
But Cowher coached in the NFL. If Jay wanted an NBA
Right.
job, he could have taken it 20 years ago.
But it's just the idea of the same tired names. People have never shown any interest in returning or going to that level of play. But it's laziness, right? Like, people don't really want to think about it. Like, I know Jay Wright's name. I remember him in the media. Let's throw him out there.
I remember Big Cat had Jay Wright on Part of My Take. He was young and thin at this time when he had him on the show. And he asked Jay Wright,
Wait, are you calling him
what are you
fat?
going to do? He was young and thin. He would be the first one to tell you that. And he asked Jay Wright, what's the one job that is, out there? And Jay Wright said, it's the Knick job. So that got regurgitated yesterday. I think a lot of Knick fans are excited about the possibility to get Jay Wright. It sounds like Paul's like roar. Paul's ready for the Jay Wright hot take.
I just put it in it comes up all the time, and it never goes anywhere. The Sixers talked about every time they're firing a coach every 2 years. When he was right down the road at Villanova, the guy's got a pretty good gig. He gets to do the March Madness thing. He got out of college at the right time, just like Saban did. I think Jay is fine.
No, that's what it is. It's Paul's salty. It's Philly Paul coming out. If Jay Wright takes the Knicks job, Paul's going to be punching air that he never took the Sixers job.
Well, it'll just be another nail in the Trader coffin. I mean, we're talking about a Villanova guy. I'm a St. Joe's guy. So, I mean, he can go to New York and then just stay there forever.
I wouldn't.
CBS
If I'm
right
Jay
down the
Wright,
street.
money's not an issue. If I'm Jay Wright, I would be concerned. I don't know. Yeah, it would tarnish his legacy
It's the
a little
Villanova
bit.
ties
If he
too,
goes out
right?
like a loser in New York, that's what a lot of people
Calipari.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw this with Cal going to the NBA. It was a disaster. I mean, he came back to college, but Jay's not going back to college. I get it. Does he still have that desire? I guess is the question. I think it would have happened by now if it was going to happen.
63.
Yeah, he's not 43.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to deal with that.
Right.
I would have no interest.
You got a bird in your backyard. It put you on the sideline for a week.
I know. There's a lot going on. I can't wait to talk to Friedel about this. He's going to have a lot of thoughts about his boy Tibbs. They need a podcast. That's what they need. Is that coming? The Friedel Tibbs podcast? Tibbs just answers nothing. It'd be hilarious.
How about
It
Patino?
would be like
Why don't we
between
bring
two ferns.
Patino back into the NBA? Well, he's right there. He's in New York, right? Just bring him right across. Be easy.
72. The two of them. Put them on the same
old.
coaching staff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some prune juice.
You know what? Throw Cal in there too. How about that
Cal?
bench? Yeah.
Oh man,
Arkansas
now he
or New
leaves
York.
Cal. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be actually entertaining. This is a Dolan move, right?
Globetrotters.
Like, it's not Leon Rose. It's the owner.
I have no idea what happened.
Yeah.
And, the reality is they fire a coach who got them a couple games away from the NBA Finals,
Yep.
and they bong him. which I guess I get because that's what happens with Tibbs. But you never know what you got until it's gone. And you usually go through this Tibbs cycle where he gets you better, he fine-tunes your defense, he develops players, and then you've had enough because he doesn't win a championship. And then the next guy is never the right guy. I mean, the Bulls bonged Tibbs to bring in Fred Hoiberg. How'd that work out?
Yep.
Some of this has to be the players, right? As well. Like, they're not going to trash him, but, like, he's running these guys into the ground, and it's kind of like,
oh,
hey,
yeah,
I don't need this.
It sounds like this is Cat. It sounds like the organization picked Cat over Tibbs. That's what occurred. So the players have the power.
Like that? Wow.
Now he does.
League.
Apparently the front office loves him and what he brings offensively. Like, I don't know that I would at this point, but yeah, like that's the choice that they ended up making. And you're right. Tibbs, Bulls 10-15, Minnesota 16-19, Knicks 20-25. And there's been so much turnover. He's fourth on their wins list. Like in 5 years, he got to that. Wow. It's crazy. It's crazy. 5 years, that's the longest 10 years since Van Gundy was let go around 2000, somewhere around there. So a lot of turnover. It's probably going to happen again moving forward. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats. So let's talk some college football. We've got the new FPI rankings, according to ESPN. It's the first time they're releasing them on the season, and there might be some surprises here. Looking at the FPI rankings compared to the betting markets, I think is really interesting. Probably not a big surprise that Texas is number one. Texas has the highest FPI power index, okay? And then number two is Georgia. Okay, the betting market agrees. And now things start to get funky because the betting market disagrees strongly with number 3 overall, Sam. Number 3 overall is Alabama. And looking at the BetMGM numbers to win the title, Alabama is 15-1. They are the 8th listed team. They are third in SEC odds. So the betting market not in on Bama, but ESPN's FPI is.
What are they getting from the quarterback? That's my question. So they're gonna give the ball to Ty Simpson, like he's their guy.
Is
he's
he for sure?
I mean, that's probably their starting quarterback, right? I mean, who else are they going to start week one? That's got to be the guy. So he's going to carry you to the promised land. Okay, you got Ty Simpson, who nobody else really wanted, to be honest with you. I mean, who else is it going to be? You got Austin Mack, and then you got Keelan Russell, who's a true freshman. I am hearing wise guys and from sharp bettors, they are shorting Alabama. So to see this list and see Alabama number 3 on the top 25 ESPN FPI is a big disagreement with where the bettors are and where the FPI is. Who do you trust, the bettors or the FPI?
Betting market. I want to stay away. When I see them third listed in the SEC, and we remember how rocky it was for DeBoer last year, and we think it's Simpson. I don't know. Like, some people are saying it's still a 3-quarterback battle going on there. I don't trust it. I'm not buying Bama. I think it's only going to get worse. And if it's another poor season by Alabama standards, DeBoer could be done.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure there after Saban is insurmountable. To go from the greatest coach of all time, all the national championships, all the SEC championships, and now you get to DeBoer. And you said it best. If there's a quarterback battle, how do you put Alabama on line 3? I understand Texas. I understand Georgia. But to put Bama third in the FPI?
Yeah.
Strong disagreement on my end.
Yep, same over here. Okay, so I mentioned Texas, Georgia, Bama, SEC, 1, 2, and 3 in the FPI. Now it's the Big Ten's turn. The Big Ten comes in 4, 5, 6. Ohio State 4, Penn State 5, Oregon 6. Interesting move there. A lot of turnover with Ohio State, but they're a juggernaut. They still have Jeremiah Smith at wideout, Caleb Downs in the secondary. Drew Aller returns, of course, and so do the running backs for Penn State. They're in there at number 5. And Oregon, they've got a ton of talent. I think they're just kind of slotted in as the last of the top 3 Big Ten teams because you got change at quarterback, and that's going to be in question a little bit, but we know they're a powerhouse. So you go top 3 SEC, next 3 Big Ten.
I think the question with Oregon is what do you get from Dante Moore, their quarterback? Because you had Dylan Gabriel last year. He played at a Heisman level. I'm not saying he should have won the Heisman, but he played at a level that a lot of quarterbacks only wish they could get to. And now you go to Dante Moore, who is brand new, has to learn this offense. And we know that Oregon's got talent because Dan Lanning has been a monster on the recruiting trail. But I don't know what we're going to get from Dante Moore. And Jeff Schwartz, who's on Bear Bets with us on Fox, he doesn't know. So if he doesn't know, I don't know. He's very hit or miss on Dante Moore. If it works, you're going to have one of the best teams in the country. If it doesn't, you might fall out of the top 10. You just don't know. I look at Penn State, though, and that's a team that, we talked about last week. Wise guys like Penn State. Brad Powers, remember Brad Powers said that's his number 1 power-rated team in the country.
Ooh.
So to see Penn State at 5, it kind of feels a little low, doesn't it, given the respect that we've heard for Penn State?
Yeah, well, okay, so we're coming from an area where we would bump Bama down. So we would, whether we like Penn State or not, like we would slot them up a little bit higher. Who else do you – I'm not putting them over Ohio State, are you?
No, I'm not. Not over Ohio State.
Yeah. So top 5 seems about right. Yeah, but, maybe they jump Alabama, but that would be the big disagreement that we have there. So we got a few teams in the SEC, a few teams in the Big Ten, and here we go at number 7, an independent. It's Notre Dame. Everything that Marcus Freeman has built, CJ Carr is going to be the quarterback. The expectation is that it's going to be an upgrade. Riley Leonard, most people not pleased with what he had last year, but guess what? With that strong run game and defense, you didn't need Leonard to do a ton. But they're going to get a more explosive offense. At least that's the expectation in South Bend with CJ Carr under center.
And the defense should be just fine. I don't want to say better because we don't know. We'll find out right away because Notre Dame does not have a cupcake schedule in the first 5 or 6 games. We'll find out right away. I was surprised to see Miami at 9. So you mentioned the top 5, Texas, Georgia, Bama, Ohio State, Penn State, then Oregon, then Notre Dame, then Texas A&M, Miami, Tennessee. Are we wrong about Carson Beck? I'm entertaining the idea that maybe I just don't like him, and that's kind of holding my I guess diagnosis back because he did regress last year. He also got hurt, and we didn't see him down the stretch because he had that issue with the throwing arm. I'm hearing a lot of good things about him in this offense because if you look at the Miami offense, it's basically the fun and gun. You're not going to get hit. You're going to call hike, turn the ball, and throw it to somebody fast and just get out of the way. So there's a camp of people that think Carson Beck is going to be just fine in this offense. My question for Miami, can they tackle? Because they could not tackle down the stretch. Go back to that Syracuse game. Could not tackle, Joe. Could not tackle. Mm-hmm. Are they going to be able to shore up the defense? If so, they'll be fine. But a lot of question marks for a lot of people around Miami. Some people like Beck. I know we don't. We're not exactly high on Carson Beck. But to see Miami at number 9, that feels a little bit high to me. I'm not sure how you feel.
But you also like the Miami roster. So I feel like you're kind of in a tricky spot here where you think the coach gets a bad rap. You like the roster, and then they bring in the quarterback that you don't really like. So it's probably a little difficult for you to balance here. The favorite for the ACC, it's Clemson. And we agree with that. They're plus 120 over at BetMGM. And then you've got Miami at plus 350. But FPI has Miami ahead of Clemson. That's another one where we would disagree, right? Like, no, that should be flipped.
Yeah, I think Clemson should be like top 5. To have them 11 is way too low. I think they're better than a lot of people think.
Yep. And Tennessee did crack the top 10, even though they lose their quarterback. Heupel's like, go ahead, leave. Don't care about that NIL. We're not going to budge on this one. So a lot of interesting storylines early on with college football. Can't say that we really agree with a lot of these rankings. We're trusting the betting market much more. Joe O, Sammy P, let's talk some Stanley Cup final. Pete Jensen joins us next on the BetMGM Network.
Your Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we're finally there with the Stanley Cup Final. Joe O, Sammy P, and let's talk about it with our guy Pete Jensen, NHL Fantasy and Edge Stats for NHL.com. Been talking to the NHL Fantasy and Edge guys throughout the entire playoffs. Pete, welcome to the show. You can follow Pete on X at NHL Jensen. How you feeling now? We're finally here.
Feeling good, yeah. It's been a long wait the past couple of days for sure, but some good storylines with this rematch, right? Like sometimes you get the same matchup multiple times and it becomes a little stale. Not so much here. You have new wrinkles on Florida's side with Marchand and Seth Jones. You got McDavid, one of the all-time great players, with another chance to win his first Stanley Cup, and so many other great trends and stuff going into this matchup. Both teams peaking at the right time.
So what's your favorite storyline heading into the Stanley Cup Final, Pete?
That's a good one. I mean, I think that it's Edmonton, and it's whether Stuart Skinner can continue to thrive in high danger situations. I think that his past 7 games have been electric. He has a .919 high danger save percentage over his past 7 games. He's got 3 shutouts in that span. I mean, he's been ridiculous. And the Oilers are a great 5-on-5 team this postseason, where they really were relying on their power play in previous postseasons. So you see the maturation of the Edmonton Oilers heading into this series. But then, oh, by the way, you have the deepest team on paper in the NHL and the Florida Panthers. On the other side, they've been shooting about 30+% this postseason from high danger areas, and they lead the NHL postseason this year in high danger goals. So we came in with a similar trend last round. Freddie Anderson was riding high. Then they brought him back down to earth. Can the Panthers do the same and kind of solve Stuart Skinner, who is a serviceable goalie, maybe good enough to win the cup, but is he an elite goalie? I'm not so sure.
Let's talk about clear advantages going into this series. Edmonton and Florida. I mean, there's obviously, we can go both sides of it because it's so close. And, in our world, the betting market is saying it's super close. When we initially got the matchup, they said, I don't know, coin flip, -110 on both sides. So a little action has come in on Edmonton over at BetMGM. They're -125 favorite. But what are the advantages for each side?
Yeah, so I think that on Edmonton's side, I mentioned the 5-on-5 play, outscoring opponents 42-26 this postseason at 5-on-5. They're getting Matthias Ekholm back. They got him back for the last game of the conference final round, and now he's had some time to rest up since getting back into game action. So I feel like the way that Edmonton is buckling down on defense and now getting its most well-rounded defenseman back, I give the Oilers a little bit of an edge on the blue line, but I mean, I think that the edge for the goaltending is certainly in Sergei Bobrovsky's end. You look at the speed of Edmonton, it's far superior to Florida. But again, Florida last postseason, when they played each other, it was a really interesting thing that happened. No goals in the series for Leon Draisaitl. He's the NHL goal scoring leader this season. No goals in 7 games. That's a big deal. They shut him down. No goals in 7 games for Evan Bouchard. He's a historically great defenseman point producer. And then remember, in games 6 and 7 of the Cup final last year, even though McDavid won the Conn Smythe for the losing team, he was held without a point for game 6 and 7, and the Oilers were, barely eliminated. I mean, it was that close in that series. So yeah, some advantages on each side, but when you really boil down to it, it's like it is close to a coin flip. I think that the circumstances surrounding the revenge angle and some of the extra motivation cannot be understated on Edmonton's end. That's why I am leaning towards Edmonton in the series.
I'm curious what you think of the total, because they opened 6 and now some books are 6.5, which I guess isn't really a surprise given the firepower and the pace that the Oil would like to play at. But 6.5 feels pretty high for a Stanley Cup final game. Maybe I'm wrong. What do you make of that total 6.5?
Well, I think it is going to be a tighter series throughout. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple games went over, but yeah, I would lean toward under in some of these games, especially as the series goes on and the adjustments are made. You saw a wild ride of a series last year. Remember, Florida got out to a 3-0 lead. Then there was an 8-1 game in favor of Edmonton. Edmonton won 3 straight to force a Game 7. Then, of course, like it usually does, Game 7 was tight checking and lower scoring. So I would lean toward the under in this series. And I think that, the play of the goaltenders, both of them, Bobrovsky and Skinner, have had ups and downs, but also each of them has 3 shutouts to lead the league this postseason. So I think these teams can buckle down when they need to, and they'll do that over the course of the series. And I think that on Florida's side, a big X factor is the play of Evan Rodriguez. A lot of people forget that he was elevated to the top line, not only this past round, but also last year in the playoffs. And we always look at those potential series leaders in goals and points. I'm pretty sure that the points series leader will go to McDavid, who had 11 in 7 games last postseason against the Panthers. But Evan Rodriguez quietly led the entire Cup final, that includes McDavid and Draisaitl, in Stanley Cup final goals last year with 4 in 7 games. And he also had 7 points in 7 games. So he's just kind of lurking and really producing not only this postseason, but last postseason as well, kind of a sleeper in the series.
With Pete Jensen, NHL.com. So you lean the Oils for the series. How many games are you thinking?
I have Oilers in 6. It's been an interesting trend this postseason for the Panthers. They're 8-2 on the road with, I think, a plus 27 goal differential. So I think a huge order of business for Edmonton is to start this season strong and hold serve in their first 2 home games. If they do that, I think they'll get this thing done in 6 games. But again, there are going to be adjustments. We've seen Florida win in every different way. We've seen Edmonton win in different ways and come from behind fashion. Remember, Edmonton was down 0-2 in its first round series, losing both games against the LA Kings, then rattled off 4 straight victories in that series. All of them were come from behind fashion. So I feel like Edmonton has that mojo going where, you can watch them on the live line and you can watch them in different situations if they fall behind, and they'll probably bounce back like they did. They lost the first game against Dallas and then they bounced back and won 4 straight. Incredible stuff what McDavid and Draisaitl, Bouchard, Skinner, and some of these other guys are doing. Nugent Hopkins just absolutely erupted the last round for the Oilers as a secondary scorer.
How have you noticed a change in the play with Brad Marchand joining the fold in Florida? Because we know he's been here, he's been around the block, he's won a Stanley Cup. This is a guy who performs when the lights are bright. And I don't need to tell you, Pete, he was a huge part in that series against Toronto to score that goal in Game 3 and sort of propel them forward. To me, he's changed the way that muck-up line has kind of delivered business in this Stanley Cup playoffs. How do you think he has changed things for Florida in your perspective?
Right. He's been playing on the third line. They call it the third line. He's been with Luosterainen, who's been the breakout player of the postseason so far, young guy on the Panthers, and then also Anton Lindell, who's been a very strong third-line center for that team for many years. Feels like Marchand has elevated both of those guys. They've both taken the next step this postseason thanks to having a greasy goal scorer like Marchand and just a nifty player in the postseason among the career active leaders and goals and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think that Marchand, what he's been able to do to help the depth scoring, and also that line has been at points in the postseason their most consistent line. I know the last round it was, the Kachuk line and the Barkov line with Verhaeghe got going, but at other points in the postseason, that third line was just carrying things. And for different angles to look at with Marchand, there's still a long shot glimmer on him for the Conn Smythe, just because Florida is so all over the place with its top players. Like, remember last year, McDavid won it from the losing team. Bobrovsky has a case. Verhaeghe has a case. You can make a case for any of them, including Marchand. And then I also really like, whether it's Marchand or Seth Jones, the first cup handoff is out there. I know that I've seen that prop, and it would be interesting to see, because Florida won the Cup last year, maybe Captain Alexander Barkov would hand it to one of the two new guys. Seth Jones has never won the Cup before. Marchand has, but it was much earlier in his career, back in 2011.
Imagine sweating that one. What about some of these props here? To no surprise, McDavid, anytime goal scorer, that's the number one prop. To score the first goal, that's the second most popular prop. Draisaitl's up there as well. A lot of the popular names, and you would expect it. But you guys have been talking about some of the guys on the second and third line to find some props value. Are you going to do that with the final, or like what kind of names are you thinking, whether we're talking goals, assists, shots, all that stuff?
So yeah, with McDavid, I kind of like the series leader props for him, like the futures, where you look at McDavid to lead the series in goals, McDavid to lead the series in shots on goal. Remember, there are some high volume shooters in this series, whether you talk about Bouchard, Bennett, Reinhart. So, you can get some, in some cases, bigger numbers on those series category leaders. As far as props for the series itself, I like some of these secondary guys. Aaron Ekblad, 11 points in 13 games. You can get a little more value on the assist props than the point props, generally speaking. And he's been almost automatic. He was suspended 2 different times this season, but he has been, and he's in a contract year, so he's got a lot of extra motivation here. So keep an eye on Ekblad, even for blocked shots. He's, really doing a lot on the defensive end. Evander Kane, we've seen a high ceiling from him in the past for the Oilers from a goal scoring standpoint. That 2022 postseason when they made the Western Conference Final, he was nearly a goal per game through 3 rounds. So I think that Evander Kane provides an interesting wrinkle for the Edmonton Oilers in this series to put them over the top potentially. I mentioned Evan Rodriguez. I also like Matthias Ekholm, who's back. I like the assist props for him in this series.
Pete Jensen, NHL.com. Check out his great work over there. Thank you, Pete. Enjoy the start of the series. We'll talk again soon, all right?
Sounds good. Thanks for having me. And yeah, check out the content, NHL.com/edge.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We're going to be on X over the next hour. Power rankings on this Wednesday. Top 3 fantasy football running backs on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetSweat. You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM Network.
Hour number 2, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Padianovich with you on this Wednesday morning. And Sam, I was glad you came up with this idea for power rankings because we were like, what are we going to do? And then for some reason, fantasy running backs was on the mind. NFL, always a fun discussion. We'll get to the NFC South coming up in about 20 minutes as we preview that MLB card later on this hour. But we're going to get to these power rankings, fantasy football running backs, kind of get you in that football mode, starting to think about that very early on. The entire hour, we are on X, so make sure you're following us there. You can watch the show on X, bet_sweats. Sam is at SPShoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. So the plan here is top 3 fantasy running backs going into the 2025 season, and we will also throw a sleeper in there. Sam, when you were putting your list together, I assume you did this, but just want to make sure because it was my thinking. Did you go full PPR? Is that the kind of leagues you do, or do you do half point? What'd you think? I feel like nobody does standard anymore.
Yeah, I did the full PPR. I also want to apologize to the 3 people that saw my tweet about our live stream on X. I teased that we were going to talk AFC South and Paul's Jaguars. That is not the case. So I have to go back and edit that tweet. I got excited and I was like, hey, we're going to be on X for the next hour. We're talking fantasy running backs and Paul Aspen's Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, you said that?
Yeah.
We can always talk Jags, guys. We can always talk Jags.
I'll fall on that one because, like I said, there's probably 2 or 3 people that saw that tweet that were like, oh, man, I can't wait to talk Duval. And it's NFC South. So I think
people have you on notifications. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah. So somebody somewhere is going to tune in and hope to hear some Jags talk, and maybe we have to weave some in. But no, to answer your initial question, I did go full PPR in my breakdown.
Okay, good. Let's work 3 all the way up to 1, and then we'll wrap with the sleeper. I'm curious, like, who you consider a sleeper. I think that's going to be probably a more interesting conversation. I think kind of the top names are known. Probably a debate between 6-7 guys. It's just a matter of how we project things going into the season. But Sam, start us off. Where are you going at 3?
I'm hearing good things about Jonathan Taylor from a health standpoint, and that's sort of the bugaboo with Indianapolis. How healthy is Jonathan Taylor? And if the bill of goods is right, he's going to be just fine. Now, they've shuffled the offensive line around, but this is, I believe, a run-first team that sets up the pass via the run. So you can buy low on Jonathan Taylor. I know a lot of rankings have him just outside the top 5, but I'm willing to buy that dip. And, you know, I look at a lot of these lists, as you do as well, and I see Ashton Genty higher than Jonathan Taylor, and I'm just not there. So that'll be a fun conversation over the next couple of months. Where does Ashton Genty go? How high are you? How high is this person? How high is that person? I don't know that Genty has the line to deliver what people want him to do stat-wise and production-wise. So I went Taylor. I think buying the dip on him is not a bad move. I almost went Derrick Henry here, but I went Jonathan Taylor on line number 3. As for number 2, Bijan Robinson. It's time. Give him the ball. And particularly give him the ball inside the 5. How many times did we watch the Falcons over the last couple of years where the running backs get them from the 20 to the 20, get them to the 10, get them to the 5, and then the play calling is just atrocious, right? Let's put the quarterback in the shotgun. It's first and goal at the 3, Joe. Oh, let's put the quarterback at the 8 and snap the ball. It's so dumb. I hope they figure that out because this is one of the most talented players in the NFL. He can catch it. He can run it. I think they're finally going to realize that, hey, when we get inside the 5-yard line, we should give this guy the ball. And that's got to be the MO for the Atlanta Falcons. Feed this guy inside the 10. Let him get into the end zone because I know a lot of people drafted him last year and were not excited about the play calling and what Atlanta was doing inside the red zone, specifically inside the 10, inside the 5. Shore that up. Give him the ball. He's your best player. Give him the ball. So I went Robinson 2, and then number 1 is easy. He's the reigning offensive player of the year behind what I believe is the best offensive line in the NFL, and that's Saquon Barkley. Did you catch the video, by the way, of him jumping over the guy? They're filming the cover shot for the video game, right?
Yeah,
and he's jumping over some guy wearing a Jacksonville Jaguars jersey. There's the Jaguars plug right there, Paul. There you go. So Barkley's leaping backwards over the Jacksonville player who's not really a Jacksonville player. But you got to kill the king to be the king. And I have a lot of concerns about Philly in several areas. What's up at quarterback? Does Jalen Hurts take that next step? What's going to happen to the defense that lost a lot of guys in the offseason? I have no questions about the O-line and the running back. He is the best player, I think, in the NFL. So this was an easy decision for me. Give him the ball 20, 25 times a game. He can catch it out of the backfield. But the combination of the best running back and one of the best offensive lines gives me no doubt that Saquon Barkley is the A1 pick or the 1A pick for running backs in 2025.
And it helped that he cashed a monster ticket for you last year. A little bit. Yeah, it helps. It helps a little bit. You want to wait on the sleeper, and then we'll do those at the same time afterwards?
I can do sleeper. This is not really a hot take. Okay,
let's wait.
Fine, fair enough.
We'll do that back and forth. All right, Saquon, Bijan, Taylor, number 3. Okay, my number 3. It was difficult, that cut line at 3, because there's a bunch of guys that you could make an argument to squeeze into the top 3. And I went with Saquon at number 3 overall. This is a projection based on last year's performance. There's no doubt he's won with a bullet. But I do buy into the camp that we're going to see some regression. And I'm not saying a jinx guy, but this was his 7th year. He had 700 more rushing yards than any other season. Now his best offensive line, best quarterback he's played with, all that goes into the wash, but I just don't see it as being repeatable. And maybe you have some injuries on the offensive line that you didn't have a year ago. He had the same number of touchdowns as some of these other names that we're going to mention. I'm just going to doubt that he can repeat that. Now, he's still going to be great. I'm not going to ding him too much, but, staying in the top 3, but maybe not being number 1, number 2, number 3 range. I don't think I'm really criticizing him too much. But if there's somebody that has the burst that could do it again on that team, it is certainly Saquon. But it's tough, and it was a long, long season for him to run that back. I would have to see it again. But I'm not dinging him too much, just removing him from that one spot as far as running back. So I'm going Saquon number 3 overall. I know people are going to jump and take him early. He's probably going to be 1-1 in a lot of drafts. I'm just not going to be taking him there. Number 2, even though this is a team I'm down on, I ended up going with Jahmyr Gibbs. I could see this be the year where he gets more. It hasn't quite been a 50-50 split, but when Montgomery is hurt, what Gibbs does is ridiculous. And he just gashes certain teams. 20 touchdowns last year for Gibbs, and there's probably more in there. We'll see how the offense performs without Ben Johnson, but I do wonder if he ends up getting more touches moving forward. So with that burst, I go Gibbs number 2. Great offensive line. We understand that. We'll have to see how the new offensive coordinator performs. So I go Barkley 3, Gibbs 2, and the guy you had 2, I put 1. I put Bijan number 1 overall in his 3rd season. I see him taking that next leap. He went from 8 touchdowns to 15 touchdowns last year, 2nd year with offensive coordinator Zach Robinson. And if you take a look at what Bijan did, he ended the season with a 2-touchdown game, a 2-touchdown game, and a 2-touchdown game. I think this is going to be a big year for the Falcons, which we'll get into in about 10 minutes, but a big year for Bijan as well. So a couple of the same names here, but I go Bijan 1, Gibbs 2, Saquon 3, just a little bit of a different order, Sam.
I could have easily gone Gibbs in the top 3, but I have my concerns about their play calling. And I think it's an obvious issue there. You lose Ben Johnson, who's now the head coach of the Bears. He put so many pieces in the right place. And to lose him, to me, is a huge deal. Some people don't put a lot of stock in offensive coordinators, but he designed their entire offense. And now he's gone. So I think that was my big issue. That's why I didn't put Gibbs in the top 3. I could easily have done it. Talent-wise, I think he's right there. He's easily in the conversation. I want to see this offense until I believe it, because everything went right for them last year. The line was healthy, the play calling was great, and Gibbs was a monster. We shall see how that goes without Ben Johnson. So I'm a little skeptical. I would have put him maybe at 4. If we did top 5, he would have been in the top 5. I don't dislike Gibbs. I just want to see this offense without Ben Johnson.
Were you close to putting CMC in?
No, I wasn't. And it's crazy you bring that up. A lot of rankings have him outside the top 5. I see him 8th, 9th, and 10th. At a couple places, which I don't necessarily agree with. To put Gentry 5 and McCaffrey 9 is wild to me, because I don't know that Gentry has the line. It's difficult to do what you have to do when you don't have a solid line. And the Raiders do not have a great offensive line. But I see a lot of places putting him not only 5, but other places putting him 4. The 4th best running back in the NFL, and I'm just not there, man.
Yeah, and look at the opponents he went against. You mentioned the line. I'll mention the game script. Are they going to be playing with the lead, or are they going to be in close games, or are they going to be playing from behind? If they're playing from behind, it's going to be tough to give the rock to Gentry again and again. So, yeah, that's a reason I kept him out of my top 3. I would probably keep him out of my top 5 as well. All right, let's talk sleepers. Who'd you peg?
Omarion Hampton. Duh.
I knew it.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
There's no reason that he shouldn't be the lead guy after 3-4 weeks. I get it. They got Najee Harris. That might muck things up in that Charger backfield if you're a Hampton guy early in the season. But this is his backfield. Get Harris out of my face. He's fine. He's serviceable. The future is Omarion Hampton. So to see some places have him as the 20th running back, to me, is crazy. In tier 4 fantasy pros. So they've got him behind David Montgomery, James Conner, Kamara, Chuba Hubbard, Kenneth Walker. I think that's a big mistake, and I would be buying low on Hampton.
Hampton drafted in the first round for a reason. He's already listed on depth charts as the RB1 with the Chargers. Behind Alt, behind Slater. Yeah, I think that's a good look. I knew you were going to go that route, so I went elsewhere, and I decided to go with another rookie quarterback. I went with a guy that is listed as RB2 right now. I don't expect that to last. There is a reason this running back was taken in the second round of the draft. I'm going to your neck of the woods. I'm going Travion Henderson. Ramondre Stevenson is there. He's viewed as the starting running back for now. I expect that to change. Ball security, a major issue last year. 6 fumbles. And I expect that was the biggest reason that the Patriots took a running back very high in this draft. They have a reworked offensive line. Will Campbell's going to be your left tackle. They bring in the veteran Bradbury to play center. New right tackle as well. That was a big issue last year. We know what Vrabel wants to do. He wants to run the football. So I think Henderson's going to be the guy probably, maybe 3 to 4 weeks into the season. And sleeper, if he gives the opportunity, I like him. So that's the guy that I took as my sleeper, Henderson. What do you think about that one? Because I'd love to hear the buzz over there.
They love him here. They love him.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm going to meet the hype. Some people here in New England are talking about, offensive rookie of the year. I don't know. I don't know about all that. There's a lot of hype around a second-year quarterback, a rookie left tackle, and a rookie running back. You know how I feel about the Patriots. I think they're going to be better, but to go from 4 wins to 9, 10 wins to me is just not something I'm going to bet. But I understand the hype. Henderson has more talent and more upside than Stevenson, for sure.
You know, another rookie running back, Caleb Johnson, already listed as the RB1 at a lot of spots. So that could be an interesting under-the-radar pick. The Steelers' new running back. It looks like he's going to be ahead of Jalen Warren. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats. We're live on X the entire hour. Coming up next, let's take a look at the NFC South. Tampa Bay, Atlanta, Carolina, and Nolans. Right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Maybe we'll get into Jay Kassan's dating life, non-dating life coming up before we get out of here. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats live on the BetMGM network. We are live on X this hour at bet_sweats. Almost forgot about the underscore. Bet_sweats at SP Shoot for Sammy. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. So we went over our top 3 fantasy running backs. Also threw in a sleeper. Each of us landed on a rookie because you never know where those guys are going to go. Sam, you're right. It does seem like all the rankings have them in the 20s, and they're going to be wrong on at least a couple of them. Like they're going to have breakthrough backs, especially with the draft that we just saw, because we had one. Usually they go 3rd, 4th round, but no, this past year it was a weird draft, and you had one go in the 1st, a couple go in the 2nd. Like it feels like they're going to push these running backs onto the field for a reason, even earlier than a lot of other situations.
I'd be very happy if Omarion Hampton becomes the guy, the lockdown 3-down back for the Chargers. If that happens, I'll be very happy. Everybody knows I got him Offensive Rookie of the Year. That'd be great. I lean on fantasy pros. I'm not going to, act like I'm a big fantasy player. I'm in a lot of, well, not in a lot. I'm in 2 fantasy leagues, and the leagues aren't great because the people in the leagues aren't smart. Mahomes went in the 1st round in one of my leagues last year, so gives you an idea of what I'm working with. I don't think I'm a great fantasy player, but I'm the type of guy that takes a quarterback in a 10-team, 12-team league. I take a quarterback in the 6th or 7th round. That's just kind of how I go, right? I love stacking running backs and receivers, and usually when I have the 6th or 7th pick and it goes running back, running back, running back, running back, running back, I'm going to take the best receiver.
Jamar Chase. You're going to go Chase.
Yeah,
I know.
I'd rather have the best receiver than the 6th or 7th best running back. That's just kind of how I go. And last year, I want to say I had Jamar Chase and who was the other? Because I went receiver. I had Chase and Nakua. No, Nakua, I think Puka. I had in the 2nd round, which ended up not working out because he got hurt. He only played in 10 or 11 games. But I zig when people zag, and I'm looking at Fantasy Pros, and they've got Barkley 1, Robinson 2, Gibbs 3, Henry 4, Genty 5. Good luck taking Ashton Genty 5th overall. I will not be.
I wouldn't bet on that. I'm not saying he's going to have a bad year. He could be your Offensive Rookie of the Year. But we're just looking at that situation in year 1 for it to happen. Nah, I wouldn't push up the board. Now, if he's sitting there and say 7 RBs have been taken, would I take Genty at RB8? I might. He's going to get all the volume, but I am concerned about the line. I'm concerned about the game script and all that. But Pete Carroll, yeah, they're going to end up running the ball a little bit. So there's a reason they drafted him as high as they did as well. So that will be interesting, but there's going to be there's so much love on this guy. He's going to end up being a top 5 running back drafted. And I would say in most drafts, and we could have a lot of rookies step in and have a say. I agree with your thought process on drafting too. I'm always, whatever draft I'm in, I'm one of the last few to take a quarterback. I load up running backs, receivers. And yeah, sometimes you zig when others are zagging. I'm okay, because running backs, we're going to have injuries. There are going to be a lot of guys out there, and let's just load up on them as far as depth pieces throughout the entire draft. So yeah, I think that's the way to go. It's worked for me as well. Joe O, Sammy P, NFC South. Let's hit this division. Tampa Bay, your favorite, plus 105 over at BetMGM. Second favorite, Atlanta. This is pretty clear cut, like as far as the order of the draft with everybody's odds or of the division. Tampa Bay, Atlanta, Carolina plus 450. A little bit of value. There's a third favorite, and the long shot is New Orleans plus 1,000. If you look at the win total, it is the same for Carolina and New Orleans, but the division price doubles down to New Orleans. Same win total, but the betting market's saying, yeah, the Saints are going to be rough this year. Where do we start in this division?
I'd start there at the bottom. This could be one of the worst teams in the NFL. And that's not exactly a hot take, but you're going to give the reins to Tyler Shough at quarterback. Okay, fine. And then his backup is Spencer Rattler. So if things go south, you go to Rattler, who I've never been fond of. Remember Spencer Rattler one year was the Heisman Trophy favorite? That did not pan out. We'll see. I mean, I like Kellen Moore. Obviously has a good mind for churning out offense and balancing the run and the pass, but I just don't think they have the ability there. I don't like their line. You know, I was happy to see them take Kelvin Banks at left tackle. That's a step in the right direction, and I think there was clearly some direction there from the new regime. Hey, we need to bolster this whole line, because Kellen Moore is coming from Philly, where he had monsters all over the line. You need a line to run the ball in the NFL. But I don't know what you're going to get from Kamara. And Olave is a guy that just can't stay on the field. So I'm not high on them. I can't believe Tyler Shough is going to be starting week 1 in the NFL.
Insane.
And that's the win total that I look under. It's under. Definitely not an over for me. And then I think the one team that we should talk about is Carolina, right? This was a wise guy team last year. And it wasn't just Chernoff. It was other guys that we respect that were high on Carolina. Not so much to win the NFC, win the Super Bowl, but to go over the win total actually be a decent bet to win the division. They were 7-8-1 last year, I think, to win the NFC South. Mm-hmm. And you look at the price now, plus 450 at BetMGM. So the respect is there from the bookmakers. If Bryce Young can take that next step, this is a team that is knocking on the door, right? There's a lot of things there that I like. And I remember I went to Bears-Panthers last year. It was in Chicago. And the injury report was it's a joke. Carolina had 6 defensive starters out in that game. And the Bears just lit them up in that specific game. But they just got bludgeoned by the injuries on D. And assuming that regresses the right way and they have some injury luck, this is a team that could win the NFC South. And I don't think that's the worst idea in the world, taking Carolina over the win total and maybe to win the division.
You're so right about the injuries. And it wasn't just that one game. It was every week, because we track this stuff. So, with the Thursday injury reports coming out, and then Friday we're doing that on the show, and each of us have different Sunday morning shows here in the BetMGM network. And, okay, we're taking a look at the final injury reports, most of them coming out on Friday, and what ends up happening. And that's talked about in breaking news and on Sunday morning, and every week it was. And it's not just the number of starters that were injured for the Panthers defense. It was their most impactful players. It was J.C. Horn at corner. It was up front. It was Tuttle on the inside. It was Josie Jewell, one of their impactful linebackers too. It's like the best player, every level of that defense was hurt every week of the season, just about. So how could that not impact them? And then you look this year, they bring in 4 new defensive starters. It looks like they do have a little bit of depth there as well. Like Tuttle is listed as a backup at this point. And then to help the young quarterback, I think we saw Leggett develop a little bit. He had a pretty strong second half of the season, and they don't stop there and say, okay, now we got our top receiver. He's good. No, they go out and they get Ted McMillan very early on in the draft. So I do like what Carolina's doing overall. Bryce Young looked like a different quarterback in the second half of the season after many were declaring him a bust. I don't know, man. I think there is upside there. We're marking off New Orleans. You're so right about Tyler Shough. And you look at the other options. If that doesn't work, where are you going? Rattler? Jake Haener? They could be the worst team in the NFL. So there's upside with Carolina, and I think there's upside with Atlanta. that's a team that I'm looking at. And I know there are many people that have been burned by this team in the past, and you've been over the win total, and they find a way not to go over. But this could be the year in Bijan's third season where everything comes together. And most of the team is back. Dahlman, the center, is gone. The safety, Simmons, gone. I liked what they did in the draft. And while a couple years ago they were crucified for taking a quarterback very early after bringing in Kirk Cousins, what they did this year is look, for a while, we have been the worst in the NFL at pressuring the quarterback. Enough of that. Let's just go get the best edge guys. And that's what they did in the first round. Jalen Walker, and then they go get James Pierce. A couple of SEC edge guys. I don't think that's a bad idea if that's where you need to improve the team the most. And, of course, Michael Penix. He's your quarterback. We're expecting to see a more explosive offense. Second year with Zach Robinson. I think there are a lot of reasons to like the Atlanta Falcons this season.
It's very funny. We're breaking down the NFC South, and we've talked about the three teams that aren't favored.
Right.
Right? We haven't even touched on Tampa Bay, who BetMGM has at plus 105. Not betting that. Yeah. Not interested. No, I'm not either. Back to the Panthers for a second. I really love their draft. And I know that you and I are friends with Eric Eager, who is hopefully getting more and more pull inside the organization. They get McMillan in the first round. And then what did they do? 2, 3, 4, defense. Second round, third round, fourth round, defense. Even in the fifth round, they take Cam Jackson on the nose. So this is a team that is addressing the obvious needs on that side of the ball. They go out, they draft 4 defensive players in rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they bring guys in free agency, right? You bring in Bobby Brown, you bring in Patrick Jones, you bring in Wharton from Kansas City. They addressed the line. And that's what you really have to do in the NFL. You have to get to the quarterback and protect the quarterback. And the Panthers had an issue with that last year on the defensive side. Well, guess what? They addressed it. And I think that safety Ransom from Ohio State is a steal in the fourth round. I love that pick. They also went out, they got ETN, they got Jimmy Horn from Colorado on offense. I think it was a very, very solid draft. So if you can't already tell, I'm buying Carolina Panther stock in the NFC South.
Yeah. Carolina, as far as the win total, see, the Atlanta one is juiced up at 7.5. Carolina barely. BetMGM has it 6.5 minus 120 to the over. That's a very tempting price. It sounds like you're going to be betting the over 6.5.
I think that's also a team that covers a lot of spreads this year. I think we'll look up at the end of December and see the Panthers be 65% ATS. I don't know that they're going to win 9-10 games. I don't want to get crazy, but this will be a team that is probably going to cover a lot of point spreads. And that's what matters in our world, right? Good teams win, great teams cover. This is probably a cover machine this year in the fall.
And we've got to hit on Tampa Bay. They lose your guy, Liam Cohen, to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So how are you going to replace him? They promote Josh Grizzard. He was a passing game coordinator a year ago, so he's working under Combe. He's been in the Dolphins organization as well as an assistant coach over the last number of years. So that's his pedigree. That's where he comes from. That's a big ask to replace Cohen. And everybody on that offense getting a year older. We're not questioning Baker, but at receiver, they understand the age. They go draft Buka from Ohio State. But how many more years, as Godwin seems to get injured every single year? Mike Evans, we see him break all-time records for the Buccaneers. How many more years are you going to get with him? They're a good team. They're solid. We're just not betting them at even money in the division.
No, definitely not. And I would probably look under the win total. This is one of my favorite divisions to fade the favorite. And you can do that probably early in the season, weeks 1 through 5. The power rating is high. I think the power rating is wrong, though, on Tampa. So I'll be looking to short.
All right. Yeah, sounds like we're in agreement there. We just identified a couple of different teams. I like them both. You're higher on Carolina. I'm a little bit higher on Atlanta, but I do also like Carolina. And boy, I know it's going to be juice, but should we just take under 6.5 for the Saints?
That
That's
could be a
gonna
3-win team. Could be a 3-win team.
Totally agree. Joe, Sammy P. No quarterback options in the organization anywhere. All right, let's take a look at today's MLB card. That will be next. Top of the hour. Eric Kratz from Foul Territory will drop by right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll get to some baseball coming up. Today's MLB card, Eric Kratz from Foul Territory, in 20 minutes right here on Bet Sweats. We are live on X this hour. Bet_Sweats is the account that you need to follow. Sam at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Thanks for hanging out. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, right here at BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you to the Odyssey app, also on YouTube and Twitch, and a number of Odyssey stations throughout the country each and every weekday. I did want to clear one thing up because I failed to mention it earlier, and there was a lot of suspense. Wife goes to the gym yesterday, late morning, got a regular listener, goes up to her and says, "There's a bird stuck in your filter?" Like, what's going on? Because he was listening to the show live. So yeah, that happened. We eventually got the bird out. We aired the audio of the attempt of that, and I did accidentally dump him in the rocks when he fell off the hook, but he is alive and well. I did check on him about an hour after the show. He was looking up at me in the rocks, and then he just kind of, I don't know that he flew away, but he went to the tree. So I think he's good to go. I think he's just hanging out in our tree in the backyard. Just want to clear that up, Sam. I am not a
Daddy?
Gone.
He probably thinks that you're his savior now. I mean, you did save his life. I think that's very admirable that you saved the bird's life out of the filter
with the hook.
The hook was wild. I actually, when you said you were going to pay this off, I thought you were going to address something that I brought up off the top of the show. First thing I said this morning was,
got to
Pop-Tarts.
Yes.
And you went to the Walmart. I warned you, do not go there blind. There were 3 in stock. I said, order it, have it delivered, have them put it aside, whatever. You went to the Walmart and did not get the Pop-Tarts ice cream sandwich.
Yeah, I was already out and about. I'm like, all right, the Walmart's down the road here. I'll go check it out. I need to check out this scene. There's no way it's completely cleaned out. They're liars. On the website, it says 3 left, ! 3 left. And no, they're not tracking that. They're just having that up there. So you come to the store and they got me. Their stupid trick got me. I'm like, I'm already here. We need a few things. Rot of bananas. I think we need some toilet paper. I'm like, all right, now I'm just going to shop. I got a cart. Let's just go shop with these losers that go to Walmart. So I was one of them. Damn it.
I can't believe you went there and they didn't have any. Actually, I can, because as Brian Gertz would testify, it's not exactly easy to find the Pop-Tarts ice cream sandwiches. There are none. I looked at the Walmart website last night and this morning, and out of stock. There are 3 Walmarts in the vicinity from my house. I live 10 minutes outside Boston. None of the Walmarts have the Pop-Tarts ice cream, sandwich or pint, either one. But you actually went there, boots on the ground. I bet you were excited too. I bet you had a pep in your step. You were probably excited. You got to the cooler. Nothing. No dice.
I was so excited. I'm like, I already looked it up online. I know exactly where I have to go. Aisle A2. I'm there. And there was this old woman next to me. She was checking out every piece of ice cream that they had in the entire place. Like, she was opening the doors, looking at the calories, holding them up. Like, it is a really long aisle that they have there. She was checking it all out. And yeah, I posted the video on X, and there were some people that had some fun with it. They're like, they're just trying to they're tempting you with the Fat Boy ice cream sandwich, which was right underneath where the Pop-Tarts was supposed to be, and they did not have it. But yeah, they got me with the impulse buy. Did not work. You know, anybody out there, if you have tried it, because none of us can find it except for Gertz, but he's been on the hunt for like a week. He found a spot in Indiana, apparently. If you have tried this, we need a review. Bet_Sweats over on X. Bet_Sweats. If just let us know what you think. Maybe it's just all hype. I don't know. I don't know. What kind did Gertz say? What kind he got?
He got 2 boxes. I think he got the brown sugar cinnamon and the strawberry. He's saving the fudge for you because you're chocolate fudge.
Yes.
How have we not gotten a review yet?
I'm
I
waiting.
can't believe that Gertz hasn't at least given us a rating or a letter grade. He is holding out on us on the Pop-Tarts ice cream.
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't want to talk on air. I think that's what it is. It's
We
like,
don't
then I
need
gotta
him to
throw the
talk
video
on air. He could literally type in
definitely
A,
talk.
B,
I
C,
can definitely
D, F. Oh, bang! Here we go. And
So the Pop-Tarts ice cream sandwiches are delicious, honestly. But to say this stupid thing out loud, it kind of tastes like Pop-Tarts on top of ice cream, obviously. But and I think that is like there's a clear difference between an uncooked Pop-Tart and a cooked Pop-Tart.
Yeah.
In terms of taste. So it tastes like an uncooked Pop-Tart on top of ice cream. But that's the most simple review that I could come up with. But so the strawberry flavored ones were not as good, but the brown sugar cinnamon one was delicious. It tastes like it completely different from like every from the strawberry one anyways. The ice cream in it is like cinnamon flavored ice cream. Like if you can imagine like a churro kind of ice cream or something like that. It was awesome. So like, I'm trying to think like if I'm kind of biased because I like brown sugar cinnamon frosted Pop-Tarts just in general. And I know that that's a bit of a contrarian take. Like not many people like that flavor of normal Pop-Tarts, but I do. So like, I thought that the brown sugar cinnamon ice cream sandwich one was phenomenal.
No chocolate fudge there.
Unfortunately, chocolate fudge was sold out, so they did not.
See,
have
there's
all
a
the
reason.
flavors.
There's a reason. Telling you, people are with me. I watched that. It was posted yesterday on X. I watched the I'm chocolate fudge video, and I was crying. Very funny.
Let me just say this. I feel like Danny Glover in Angels in the Outfield when Gertz opened his mouth. He speaks?
Yes.
When the little kid, JP, he finally talks and Danny Glover goes, he speaks? I didn't know Gertz was going to talk. That was very good. I was very impressed there, and I will definitely be hitting up the brown sugar cinnamon. You know what else I'm going to hit up today? I'm betting the Marlins money line at 12-10. I'm doing it.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. At $1.35, $1.40, get bent, Rockies. Now it's, the Rockies. Oh, they're going to get the sweep. Oh, you can't bet the Marlins. Watch me. Watch me lay $1.35, $1.40 on the Marlins.
Wow, I can't believe it's still going to that price. Okay. Oh, they opened $1.35. That's insane. Yeah, that's the only move that you could make there. There's no way you're even considering the Rockies at that price. Miami's the play. I went here last night. I feel like I've got to do it again. What do you think? You with me on the Angels? Lucas Giolito is the favorite over Soriano. It's not even close, just a pitching matchup alone. But yeah, I've got to back Soriano. I also have Soler, who has crushed Giolito, 3 homers, 26 at-bats in his career against him. So, yeah, I'm back on the Angels again, fading the Red Sox at Fenway as a favorite with Lucas Giolito. I don't understand that at all, man.
I get it. That's a team that I think really has a lot of tough decisions to make. And we saw the report. We'll talk to Eric Kratz from Foul Territory. Ken Rosenthal was on the show the other day, maybe yesterday, talking about how the Red Sox are potentially shopping Jarren Duran, which is it's pretty telling on the direction of what they're thinking this season. I mean, if you trade a guy who's not the face of your franchise, but he's your starting center fielder and a guy that a lot of people in Red Sox Nation are fond of, you're going to shop him. That's sort of where you're at. I mean, that's pretty telling. That's not exactly a white flag, but I didn't think that, if you go back to spring training early in the season, I didn't think Jarren Duran would be on the block. So that's something to pay attention to. And the Red Sox definitely not living up to the hype that a lot thought. This was a team that was one of the sexiest teams, to make the playoffs, to win the division. And here they are. They are 10 games out of first, and they're, 5 games under 500. The pitching has not been great, and they've now lost 8 of 10, the Red Sox. So I certainly wouldn't be backing Giolito as a favorite, and I would lean with you there. Can the Braves stop the bleeding? Good grief, man. I had them yesterday. Strider got lit up. Now they give it to Sale, who opened $1.80 at home, and now I see MGM $1.85. I'm not saying lay $1.85 with the Braves, but that team needs a win in the worst of ways. They need to stop the bleeding in Atlanta, and hopefully, for my sake, Sale gets it done today. But I'm definitely not laying $1.80, $1.85 on Atlanta.
No, I had the same reaction there. I think there are a few interesting dogs. I'd mentioned the Angels. Also, you've got Mackenzie Gore as a home dog against the Cubs. I know this Cubs offense, certainly explosive. Another lefty, Boyd on the bump for the Cubs, but the Nationals are pretty appealing at plus 120. And if you look at this Athletics offense, they've been pretty good, man, especially of late over the last few weeks here. They're a home dog against the Minnesota Twins. You got Springs on the bump, another lefty. It's a day of lefties all over the place. So that's another dog that I would consider. So, yeah, on this Wednesday, I'm looking at a lot of pretty short underdogs to get home. That's where I'm looking. You also have the Phillies, a very short dog there going against Barrios. I don't know if you've got to play there. Any other matchups you're looking at?
No, I'm just going to load up on the Marlins. How many times can you lay $1.40 against the Rockies? Come on. Got to do it.
Not going to happen very often this year. Survivor, it's been a rough start. 0-2 for the Marlins, the most popular pick of the week. Of course, just because they're playing the Colorado Rockies. We'll continue the baseball conversation. Eric Kratz from Foul Territory hangs out next. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P with you for another hour, and every Wednesday, lucky enough to have one of the guys from Foul Territory on the show. Check them out on YouTube. They've got over 200,000 subscribers. I subscribe to the podcast. That's how I check it out. They're there for you each and every weekday with new content. You can follow the show on X at Foul Territory TV, another BetMGM show. How you doing, Eric Kratz?
I'm awesome. Thanks for having me on again, guys.
I guess the first question would be, are the Rockies going to win again today, right? I mean, they've won 2 in a row. Marlins have been big favorites. I told Joe last segment, I'm betting Miami minus 140. It's something I just have to do. It feels personal. I'm doing it. Are you?
I'm not. I mean, you know what? There was value. There was value in the last few days of leading on the Rockies. But you could have said that for the last month of May, and Scotty Scheffler had more wins than the Rockies did in his 4 tournaments that he entered. So, you know what? I guess I could have been wrong, but I know the value was on the Rockies side before. I can't ever go minus 150 with the Marlins. I don't think you'll ever see me anywhere near there this season.
But you're not calling sweep. You're just like, I'm not putting $1 on the Marlins at this point.
No, and that's terrible of me. Maybe I should say so. For me, I would go run line before I would go money line. If it's going to be, I mean, the Rockies may, from what I heard when they won last night, they went out and got ice cream, all as a team. Like they all got to go to the local Miami ice cream shop, like after Little League, after you get a big win. So I think they're going to have a little dairy allergy hangover, and it's either going to be another Rockies win, or I'm going that I think it's plus 150, plus 145 for the run line for the Marlins. That's where I would go.
Nothing wrong with a little Dairy Queen after the game, a little Blizzard action after you win your Little League game. You're pretty close to the Royals situation, right? I think that's fair with Jack Haggs coming up yesterday, and we were discussing his price to win Rookie of the Year. We weren't telling anybody to bet 5-1, 8-1, 10-1. But this was a player that a week ago, Eric, you could have bet it 40 or 45-1. He comes up yesterday, doesn't get a hit. People are already making their hot takes. Oh, he didn't get a hit. He's a bum. He stinks. What did you make of the whole situation? And were you surprised they actually called him up when they did?
I was surprised they found a fit. I wasn't surprised because he was 100% ready. And I was surprised they found a fit. You pigeonhole a guy as a DH, a first base. Now all of a sudden they have 3 guys they can move into 2 positions with Salvi playing first and DH and catching. And then you got Vinny P, who's come on as of late and I think will continue and will, push towards that RBI total of 100 by the end of the year. And then you get Kaggs, you get Jack Cagliano in there and you go, okay, can one of these guys add in another position? I don't know what he looks like in the outfield, but I do know what the Royals lineup looks like, scoring runs wise, and it's not based on Jack. Jack's not going to be the one that's going to change this lineup. What he's going to do is he's going to add and upgrade whoever he is replacing in that lineup, whoever they're putting as one of the 9. Because really, this team is going to run if Bobby Witt Jr. turns back to MVP form. And last night, pretty decent. And you add an aircraft carrier into the lineup like Jack Caglione, and you go, okay, this could change what the other guys do. I don't see him carrying this team, and I sure as heck I'm not going to root for him to win American League Rookie of the Year, especially at the price that I bought Jacob Wilson. I almost called him his brother's name, Jacob Wilson, earlier in the year. So the price is gone for Jacob Wilson now. So I got that money a long time ago at big plus dollars.
You wouldn't bet it now, but do you feel very comfortable with it? Or do you think there's an outside chance that maybe Kaggs could catch him? Like we were looking at it, the Yordan Alvarez year, like he started second week of June, went off. Like it feels like that's what Caglione would have to do, where you don't see the struggles, which you typically do see with rookies. That's completely normal.
You see that with rookies, and you see that with guys that there's some swing and miss
big power, you'll see the league adjust to him. Now, what he was doing yesterday, yes, I get it. He didn't get a knock, but he was trying to take the ball the opposite field. He was trying to do things that you don't see young hitters do, let alone young power hitters do. And that's why I think he's going to be really good. Is he going to have enough to overtake Jacob Wilson? I don't think so, because he'll have a stretch where teams start finding that hole of his swing and miss, and they start exploiting it. But, I mean, this is a dude that can easily pump 10 dingers in a month, and he'll overtake Jacob Wilson in a month in home runs, and it'll get a lot of fanfare. It'll get a lot of life. You also got to remember Jacob Wilson's playing shortstop. I guess the part that I would be afraid of as far as not Jacob Wilson not winning it is the fact that the Royals could climb back into the playoff hunt. The A's, I think they won one game in their last 20 games, something like that. It's been terrible for them, but Jacob Wilson's been there all year. He's going to hit well over 300, if not well over 315, 320, and I don't see that going to a slump, but he's also playing a premium position at shortstop.
Are the Atlanta Braves going to be okay? Yes or no?
Short answer, no. Long answer, they'll be okay in the long run. This season, man, talk about an uphill sludge. You had that 0-7 start. I think it was 0-7 or 0-8, and they had a tough schedule. You don't panic on that. Then they played about, I think it was like a 615 winning percentage, and you're like, okay, this is the team. Then they hit another skid. Then they got Spencer Strider back, and Spencer Strider looks more like Matt Harvey after Tommy John than Spencer Strider before Tommy John. And it doesn't mean anybody on the team is broken. It doesn't mean this isn't a good, well put together team. This doesn't mean that Brian Snedeker doesn't know how to manage. All it means is it's just not clicking right now. It's just not clicking for Spencer Strider to be the guy that's going to carry this team. It's clicking for Acuna. I didn't think Acuna would come back guns a-blazing like he has, but there's going to be a little bit of a lull for him too. To me, this whole lineup rests on Austin Riley and Matt Olson. How are they going to carry this team on days when Acuna needs off? On the fact that Acuna is not going to steal 70 bases. I'm really impressed with the way Ronald's moving around out there, but I just feel like right now they don't. It's almost like the 23, I think, Padres. The 23 Padres, you look at the team and you go, man, why? Why is this team not clicking? They have their guys back, but their rotation is not one you want to face when you get to the playoffs. So everybody in the National League wants the Braves to continue to slide. You do not want to see Spencer Schwellenbach, Spencer Strider, Chris Sale in a 3-game wild card series. No, thank you, sir.
Yep, no doubt about it. With Eric Kratz of Foul Territory, it's Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Let's go to the AL West. Who's the best team? Who's your favorite team in the AL West?
Oh man, I can't not like the Mariners. I almost said the Marlins. We got the Marlins on my mind. The Mariners.
Yeah.
The Mariners, the fact that they went through the whole season last year and all offseason, I cried. Why are they not adding to this rotation that stayed healthy? Well, you know what? The rotation didn't stay healthy this year. And it's only 2 months into the season, and they're winning. And the way they're winning is by offense. All of a sudden, their strikeouts are down. Are they still one of the worst in the league in strikeouts per game? Yeah, absolutely. But they're putting together at-bats that show that this team is really going to be a force to reckon with. And when you play a team like this down the stretch, when you play a team like this in the postseason, they're going to be tough. I get it, George Kirby hasn't been my Cy Young pick. George Kirby, Logan Gilbert hasn't been my Cy Young pick. Logan Gilbert. But injuries have a way of helping young pitchers, that injuries that don't put them out for the whole season, helping young pitchers unlock that next level of, you know what, I can pitch and not just throw the baseball. I can pitch and mitigate through different things and then strengthen as the season goes on. But the way this offense is rolling, their team MVP, obviously, if I'm going to say a catcher is a team MVP, how could this team not be my favorite? But I really think J.P. Crawford at shortstop, and very few people say this, and I get eyebrow raises. I think he is a guy that brings energy and a flair to this team. Obviously, he's a shortstop, and you need a shortstop that just absolutely picks it. But just what he does when he's in the lineup, I just think he adds something that nobody else in that lineup does. Cal Raleigh might be the MVP of the American League because they're going to rename it the Aaron Judge Award soon. But Cal Raleigh needs votes, and what he's doing is ridiculous at the plate and behind the plate. But I still think it's J.P. Crawford's the guy.
It's no fun to give the Dodgers flowers because we know how good they are and how deep they are. But good grief, man. Glasnow, Sasaki, Snell, Stone, Graterol, Kopech, Trinan. That's a major league pitching staff on the shelf, right? I mean, so many guys are banged up and they just keep finding ways to win. How impressive has their run been this year?
Oh, so impressive. I always talk about guys are like, well, that guy was one of the best players I ever saw. Like, to play in the big leagues, you almost have to be able to play at 80%. Not saying that you can't play at 100%, but just saying that things are going to be banged up. Things are going to hurt on your body that you're like, you know what? I'm just playing through it. And so I'm impressed when dudes do that on an individual scale. When a team does it, when a team is really working at like 60% of their roster, it almost feels like they built this roster like they knew there was going to be injuries. Like they knew they had picked up dudes that had never thrown more than 25 starts. And they were like, we'll take him. We'll get 6 starts from him. We'll get 20 from him. We'll get 12 from him. And then you know what? We're just going to smatter in some of our depth that we've built up. And we have one of the best, if not the best, lineups in baseball. And we're always in every game. It's just so hard to pitch against them because if you're a starter and you're dominating them, they're like, well, we're just going to wear you down. There's some days where they'll go back to the dugout, I'm assuming, and they'll go, he's got it today. He's got it. He's got a little extra life on this fastball. And you say, okay, we're going to wear this starting pitcher down. We may not get any runs against him, but he ain't getting through the 6th. Then they get to the bullpen, and they're like, okay, this guy's pretty decent. We're only going to see him for an inning. Now we found a weak link. Now we found the guy that a matchup really works well against. Look at Max Muncy with a game-tying home run. I think it was against Brazabon. Like, Edwin Diaz is sitting there, not going to be used because he's thrown too much. They wear you down, and they put you in a situation as a team, as a lineup, to just at some point put you away. They're not blowing teams out right now, but that's because they're giving up too many runs. But they're giving up runs with like their 9th, 10th, and 11th options in the rotation and their 6th and 7th options out of the bullpen. They are just such a deep, deep team that it is scary that you can build a lineup like this.
Eric, in the final minute, any games or sides that you really like today?
Oh, man, I guess I'm going to take the Marlins. Wait, no, we already talked about that, so we shouldn't take that. I mean, how can you bet against Nick Abel in Philly? How can you bet against a rookie who came up and broke the Phillies rookie record for strikeouts? I don't see his strikeouts going real high today, but I think the Phillies were a little bit pissed that they got swept by the Brewers at home. And I think it's something that they're going to take it out on the Blue Jays, who were playing well, but I just think it was something that they're over the border right now, and I think it's something that I'm taking a run line with the Phillies today, and it's paying pretty decent.
All right, Eric Kratz, Foul Territory, weekdays. Check him out. It's another BetMGM show. Check him out on YouTube or subscribe to the podcast. Thank you so much, Eric.
Thanks for having me on, boys.
All right, Joe. Oh, Sammy P. Sam, I know you didn't like what he had to say about the Braves. But he's right. Big picture for sure good, but like
he's
right now we're not
There's
seeing
nothing
it.
he said that was wrong.
I know. We're just waiting. We're waiting, and we thought it was going to happen once Acuna came up, and now we're still waiting on it. It is a tough patch as far as the schedule goes, but life in that division, it's not easy. It's not like you're going to have weeks where you're just playing a bunch of bottom feeders. Joe, Sammy P with you. Coming up next, we'll take a look at the NBA Finals and the futures for next season, which are already posted. Lightning bets later this hour right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bogdanovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll get to our lightning bets coming up in about 20 minutes. Was just checking in with Eric Kratz from Foul Territory, and a regular listener and viewer, Maverick, over on X, tweets both of us. Guys, keep in mind the 21 Braves were hovering around 500 for most of the year until August, and also trades happened. Then they took off. They won the World Series. He's right, and I had Braves that year. Yeah, that was the Soler World Series MVP year. We had that at 40-1. He is spot on. Just got to hang around 500. They hit on every move they made, though, which is very difficult to do. Everybody they brought in, huge contributions in that playoff run and in the World Series. But yeah, that's a scary team. Hang around 500 if they prove that they're worth investing into, and they are aggressive down in Atlanta if they make the right ads. Yeah, that, like Kratz said, that's a team that nobody wants to play come playoff time.
They hit on Eddie Rosario, Jock Peterson, Soler, all the moves that they made worked out. That, ironically enough, I bet the Braves that year to win the World Series before the season at 16, 18-1. And then you get to middle of June and they're 50-1. Acuna got hurt, blew his knee out in the outfield, I think. Didn't he get hurt in the outfield, like tracking down a fly ball? Everything went wrong, and then they figured it out. But I had them too, and I thought that ticket was dead. That was the year that I named my fish, one of my fish, Paulie, and Paulie died right during the World Series run. You remember that, Paul? Paulie the fish? He got us all the way home.
But you didn't name him after Paul Aspen, right? It was just happened to be Paulie. Oh, you did?
I did.
Because Paul was in on the Braves.
Yeah, too. I named my fish Paulie, and then Paulie died. But Paulie got us.
Damn.
He got us to the promised land. Remember that, Paul?
You were the dad.
Oh, Paul's muted. Damn it.
I think it's a microphone.
Paul's,
that look.
Paul's mic is like my dead fish.
We might need to replace things with this this microphone.
Setup.
But
yeah,
when did he die?
Paulie died in early September or middle September.
Okay, so we weren't in the playoffs yet.
Before.
I should remember when one of my fish died. I don't know. They all eventually.
You actually shouldn't. You actually shouldn't.
It's not like it was July or August. It was either September or stretch run or going into the playoffs. Yeah. So
it was do it for Paulie. It was do it for Paulie. Yeah.
If you search on X hashtag do it for Paulie, a lot of things will pop in. Then everybody took on, the next step to, speak it into existence. And I remember I texted Paul, I go, I have really bad news. And he goes, tell me Paulie didn't die. And I'm like, Paulie's dead, man. He was floating at the top of the tank, and I went, oh no. How do I tell Paul that his namesake just croaked in the tank? But we got there. Thanks to Paulie, luckily.
Did not seem like a good sign when it happened, but it worked out.
It was a great sign. I think there was a jersey hanging in the dugout or the locker room that year for Paulie on the Braves side.
Yeah,
that's been known to happen.
There was a patch
I think that
on the
happened.
sleeve.
They had a patch. They had a goldfish on their sleeve.
It's a funny story with the fish tank. I'll make a long story short. So I had a bunch of fish. I bought this huge tank, and I had like 6 or 7 discus fish, which are huge fish. And then I had probably like 30, 40 fish altogether. And then I went to the fish store and bought this tree for the tank. I wanted to decorate the tank and make it nice. I put in this piece of wood that apparently I was supposed to boil the bacteria off of. Did not do it. I decked out the tank with all these plants and trees, and it killed all the fish. And Paulie was one of the first ones that did not survive me decorating the tank. But long story short, the Braves won the World Series, so It's all fine.
Who cares? I have some follow-ups. It killed the fish or you killed the fish?
I killed the fish
one.
for sure. Well, I called the fish store. No, it was a slow, painful death, unfortunately.
Oh my
I
God.
called the fish store. I said, all my fish are dying. And the guy goes, well, did you boil the tree? No, I didn't boil the tree. Why would I boil the tree?
You didn't know.
Apparently, the tree had some bacteria that I was supposed to cook off or boil off or whatever. So I planted a bunch of, plants and trees in the tank. I thought it was good, and they all died. End of story.
Mass murder at Sammy P's house. How are you supposed to know that? Like,
That's
when
fair.
you're selling that item, you have to tell the customer, okay, just so you know now, I assume this is going in a tank. This is what you have, or there's got to be a sign next to it. Like, this is how you put this in the tank. But before you do that, that's ridiculous. So you didn't know. It's not your bad.
I did not do it intentionally. That much I can promise you. But
yeah.
if I have to buy another fish tank and kill a bunch of fish to win the Braves World Series bet, I will do it.
All the serial killers say they didn't do it intentionally.
That's how it starts. I was going to say, the St. Denis Fun Fair, I don't know if it's even called St. Denis anymore, where I went to grade school, but like you could do the goldfish thing or whatever, and they'd last like a day. At best, they'd last like a week. I was going to say we could go win a bunch of fish and then like basically sacrifice them, but for the Braves, but it was last month. I mean, they're going to die anyway. They give them to you in a plastic bag. I wonder if they're still doing that, to be honest. I mean, it's been 30 years. But
dude, those discus fish were like $100 a pop. I lost thousands on that fish tank.
Jesus.
I'll send a picture when we're off the show. I mean, it was a beautiful fish tank, and then they all died.
So the fish tank is gone. Now
it's
You're
gone.
not.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to restock it after they all croaked.
Yeah,
after you killed them,
ghosts swimming around.
I think it's usually people. I know they don't live forever, but it's usually people doing something stupid. Like in my house, it was my daughter dumping the entire container of food in there. Like, yeah, dead. It's usually people doing it.
More painful.
You got the
or
World
better
Series
death?
future. You got better death. You got the World Series future, so who the hell cares? But maybe we need to do that again. Purchase a goldfish.
Right, I nominate Jake. I nominate Jake to get the fish tank this time.
Okay.
That fish will be dead in an hour.
I agree.
Little pre-workout. So let's see what happens with this.
Jake getting drunk with his boys. Hey, let's do this. Yeah. Let's see how much he'll flop around on this table.
Yeah,
I know.
All right, like I'm not that cruel as taking a fish out to flop around on the table. That's crazy.
That was dark. Yeah.
Just saying. All right, Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We're going to get to the 2026 futures. A quick look before the NBA Finals get going. I don't know about you, Sam, but I know a lot of people get sick of all the New York stuff, and both of us were very happy to see the Knicks get eliminated. Not only because we had the Pacers, because I think the reaction is pretty funny, and the reaction has continued as Tibbs gets fired yesterday officially. Chris Russo, the Mad Dog, had a reaction, a strong reaction. A lot of New York people, I think they're taking sides. Like, okay, it's either the right thing to do or the dead wrong thing to do. I know Costos said it was the right thing to do. I saw it coming, not necessarily agreeing with the move. Chris Russo definitely did not agree with the move. Here's Mad Dog on Tibbs getting fired by the Knicks yesterday.
But this is about Dolan. Don't let anybody hear you. Don't let anybody in America hear you say, this is Leon Rose. Nonsense. Rose and Thibodeau are tight. He's his agent. Rose doesn't have any power there. Dolan does. He sits on the baseline with the dopey hat on, thinking that he knows something about, but he wouldn't even know who George Mikan is. He knows nothing. He's there because his own man. was a brilliant businessman, and he took over. That's what this is all about. Oh, my God. It's the guy that ran Marv Albert out of the building. Can't figure out a way to get Oakley straightened out and get him back in the good graces of the franchise. What a joke.
It's Chris Russo yesterday. Live reaction to Tim's firing. George Mikan.
I don't care. I do not care.
That was funny.
I think Knicks fans honestly believe the world revolves around them, and it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And we laugh at you when they lose, and we laugh at your celebrities. And I would still pick up Timothée Chalamet and throw him across the room. All right, so I have odds on the next Knicks coach. Say that 8 times fast. So Todd Fuhrman, longtime Vegas odds maker, now a TV personality, posted this at Todd Fuhrman. This is an offshore shop. Mike Malone is even money to be the next Knicks coach. Even money, plus 100. Jay Wright, plus 150. Van Gundy, 6-1. Chris Quinn, 7-1. Taylor Jenkins, 8-1. Danny Hurley, Paul's guy. He's 9-1. And then Rick Brunson, 12-1.
Who do you think could handle everything New York? You're the voice of the team. You're not the face. You're the voice. You got to talk to the media multiple times a day. Tibbs, he dealt with it in the past. He dealt with it in big markets. Not quite New York, but he did fine with it. Like, I hear Taylor Jenkins. I'm like, I don't know that that's going to work. The expectations, all that. I understand Malone being even money. I do. I just, based on his chops, everything he's done, he should be the favorite. I could see that being the move. Man, there's not a lot of exciting names there, though. I got to say that.
No, and you keep going down. Mike Brown, Mark Jackson, Steve Nash. I don't know that those are the answers. I'm curious about Jay Wright. I'm not saying that should be the move. I don't want to, put myself out there and say they got to hire Jay Wright. But I wonder how that would go, because a lot of coaches have, and obviously Wright's retired. He's on television now. He's not coaching anywhere. But a lot of these college coaches tried their hand at the NBA, and it did not work out. So I'd be curious to see how that goes. Can you imagine if they brought Van Gundy back 6-1 to be the next Knicks coach? Jeff Van Gundy? Really?
Come on. No, nobody wants that. I mean, it might be entertaining. I don't know that anybody really wants that. Yeah, I would assume that they've got the guy in mind, that they've already had those conversations. I don't know that the move is actually going to happen, though. I don't know. Do you have the futures for next year in front of you? Obviously, OKC, a massive favorite for this series coming up. $6-7, somewhere in that range. So people are already starting to take a look ahead to next year and what's going to happen with Giannis. Is there going to be a KD trade? Anything there? Free agency? You got Harden. Is LeBron going to stay with the Lakers? A lot of things are up in the air going into next year.
They posted odds at the Westgate Superbook in Vegas. Jeff Sherman actually tweeted these out the other day. So OKC obviously favored 9-4. Then the Knicks on line 2, 9-1. You betting that? You betting Knicks 9-1 title?
Missed playoffs? Yeah.
So OKC, New York, then Cleveland at 10. Indiana, Minnesota 12, Houston 14, the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Spurs, all at 16. The Boston Celtics are 20-1.
Wow.
They probably don't have Tatum at all next year.
That was the name I was waiting on. I'm like, wait, where's Boston? 20-1.
Mm-hmm.
People are going to bet that just on the outside chance that he could make a return. I don't think he returns at all. Why? You're going to push that for the playoffs? The grind of the playoffs, and then have him return around that time of the year? I don't think he's going to play at all either. We're not even sure what they're going to do. They might blow half of this up, move on from Porzingis, something like that, and kind of do a reset in the organization.
Celtics, Warriors, Mavericks, all 20-1. Sixers 25. I could probably stop there. San Antonio, 16. Same price as the Lakers.
That's some projection there. What are they going to do? Cap space? Could they make a big trade? Yep, I understand the excitement there. That makes a lot of sense. Was there anybody else that maybe you wouldn't normally think belongs, but Sherman obviously has an opinion on that he likes?
He's got Clippers 35, Magic 50. I don't know that anybody doesn't belong. I would not be betting Indiana at 12-1 or the Knicks at 9-1. No shot.
Nope. They know the Knicks money's coming either way. Oh, we got a new coach now. This is going to change things around. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets on the other side. Keep it here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we'll get to our lightning bets coming up in a few minutes. Sounds like MLB on the mind. We'll see if Sam is holding strong. No NHL for the Stanley Cup final, at least to start in game number 1. We will find out. Pins and needles as far as that goes. But we'll definitely hit on some Major League Baseball. And don't worry, over at BetMGM, if your home run bet doesn't clear the fences, because BetMGM has your back with an MLB home run no sweat token. Activate your token on an MLB home run bet. If your bet comes up short, you'll get your stake back and bonus bets. All right. Have your Cags bet stepping in. Do we wait for this weekend against the White Sox, or do we do it over the next few days with Cags? All right. I need some clarity. Like, I'm not all in on the Barstool world and the personalities as much as Jake. Like, I feel like he knows every Barstool female character, personality over there. And like, is there an obsession? Is he infatuated? Like, how do we explain what's happening with one of the Barstool personalities whose mentions he keeps popping up in?
I think he's attracted to this person. I don't think he's infatuated or obsessed. I will let Jake
let's be real careful with obsession here. If we could, that'd be awesome.
I
if we could
can't believe you're napalming them like this. You're destroying them, man.
Obsession is a little much.
I'm asking the question. I didn't say he's obsessed. I didn't say
we know what you're doing, though. Yeah. You're not leading the witness at all there, Joe. Definitely not.
No. Okay. So what's the situation, Jake? Help us out, because we get these tweets or these screenshots from time to time. Yes.
Keeps popping up in the mentions 2 times. It also actually popped up in the mentions 1 time. The other time was my own tweet that went viral, and I didn't even tag said person. It just happened, like the burnerverse got a hold of it. So I'd like to clarify a couple of things here. I also sent a screenshot to you guys in #Ramley because, we're friends. We're all friends here. I like you guys. I thought Joe liked me, but apparently I
do.
Just getting dragged through the streets here in my reputation. Listen, I saw a Barstool personality on Hinge, as I am famously single in these streets. And then I tweeted a couple weeks ago at this point now, starting to think that this person is not going to respond to the like I sent on Hinge. It goes viral. Other people, like Sam's texting me about it. Sam's texting me, let's go. You're in. And so then we talked about it, last week? I think for a couple of minutes. So then I sent it to you guys because Hannah Montoya of Barstool tweets about Guinness. I famously am way in on Guinness all seasons, all months of the year. So then a couple of my friends sent it to me. One of my friends, not me, was in her replies then saying, hey, this guy, Jake, is really into Guinness and you guys should hang out. So then I sent you guys that screenshot for a laugh, thought it'd be funny. And it was funny until Joe just came for my throat here, just knifed me.
I did not.
It's been a while since Joe knifed anybody out of nowhere, so I guess we were due.
Oh, has it been?
It's been a little bit.
I guess it has. Jeez, over 5,000 likes on that tweet.
That was not a knife. That was tough.
Shotgun.
I was asking the question. Would you give her a 10 out of 10?
Of course. Hit my line. What's up?
We need this to happen on the show. Like we need this for content. I'm cheering for my guy Jake, but I'm more obviously about the show. I want this. Need her on the show. I think is where we start.
I think this is a good time to bring this up because I don't even know if Sam's aware because we're talking about Jake's dating life. Maybe Paul should tell the story. Well, both of you guys could. Did you ever hear about when Jake went on a dating show?
No,
I was there.
Sam?
I was in the crowd.
Yeah,
Paul went.
There. Paul was boots on the ground.
It was a live
What
show.
show?
What was the name of it?
It was called Updating. It was like this TikTok. It was this TikTok show that then never got aired. That never got published.
Burned.
They put it in the
tape.
vault. Yeah. So good times.
But
That
I was there.
what,
I saw it
2 years
happen.
ago?
Paul
Sounds
hated
about
her.
right.
Why did you hate her?
She wasn't our
Strong.
favorite person.
She was not our favorite. I mean, within 30 seconds, she's referring herself to as the Midwest, the Pam Anderson of the Midwest, which A, we're about 20 years late, and B, no, and C,
What?
you suck.
I will also say Paul wasn't alone. Like my friends afterward were also like, "Wow, that girl was something."
Delusional.
Derogatory.
But
I would love Hannah Montoya to come on this show and build a parlay for us, Jake. I think we should make that happen.
Yes.
Hit the
But you-
DMs.
but-
Her DMs are open.
But Jake and this girl that nobody apparently liked did have a moment on stage.
Yes.
Oh, they made out hard. Yeah.
Yes, electrifying. Well, that's like how it goes on like the show at the end. Like you go up there and you guys go back and forth, and they're like, "All right, you guys gonna kiss?" Basically, and most people do it. And I'm not a coward, so never back down, never settle.
How many guys
And
kissed
also
her before
content.
you kissed her?
I was first, and
On
only. I
stage,
think.
Jake was first.
On
Yeah,
stage.
so I'll give him that. He was the first one out, I think.
It
Or
was.
her, then him, but they were the first pair out.
Yep. I did
But
see
he was
the.
also smart enough.
Oh, I'll take
go
a compliment. Paul,
thumbs
go ahead.
Yeah, he was smart enough. So at the end, they're blindfolded, and you go thumbs up, thumbs down for the person next to you. He was smart enough to go thumbs down. She did too.
You did
but
thumbs down.
we all kind of.
It could have been, and it could have been worse though, because the other guy, the second guy, Paul. Do you remember the second guy singing? Do you remember that? That was. It could have been way worse.
Was it to her or was it a different pair?
It was like to the. I forget. Like I was not on stage for this, but like so. Then the second guy comes up, and he started singing though, and I was backstage, and I couldn't believe what was happening. So credit to that guy, yo. Confidence.
It was an
Was bad?
experience.
It wasn't great, from what I recall.
Remember what he was? It
I
his
don't
own
remember the
song,
song.
or
No,
Oh, okay.
it was like it was like he was doing a cover, quote unquote. But yeah, it was not an
Yeah.
original. That would have been crazy.
Sweet Caroline.
Just know this, Jake. Joe and I haven't made out with a stranger in a long time, so we live vicariously through you now.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I think you played
Paul
it
hated his
perfectly.
life that night. That night, you had to watch the other random couples do whatever they were doing. You probably had to hate every second of that.
I was entertained for the first 15 minutes.
Okay.
Because it was my guy
And then
Jake.
after a while.
But then as soon as I saw and then there was no other real options for him. Once he was down that road, I was like, well, I hope for his sake he gets out. So yeah. Once I saw how it was gonna play out, I was like, all right, we can go now.
Yeah, it's time to go. Can't believe they never posted it. All right, Sam, where are you going for lightning bets with all that said?
I bet Jake 10-1 to get on a date with Hannah Montoya. That's my favorite bet of the day.
appreciate
I'll
that.
take 10-1. I think the price is going to slowly trickle down, so count me in on that. And I'm betting the Marlins. I don't give a damn. I'm laying 145 against the Rockies. Give me a
Woo!
break.
I'll be rooting for you. Good stuff. Understand the thinking there. Betting against the sweep. I've got a couple of short dogs that I like today. Let's go back to the Angels. Well, Angels at the Red Sox once again. Lucas Giolito, a favorite, even though he is not the better pitcher in this matchup. We get to back Soriano. Soler's got great history against Giolito. A lot of reasons to go Angels. Let's go Angels plus 120. And another home dog. You've got Zebby Matthews going for the Twins. Now, he's got a high strikeout rate, but I'm going to trust the Athletics and the offense that we've seen over the last couple of weeks and springs. So I'm going to take the Athletics as a dog. Let me see, where were they? Because I saw the Twins at minus 145. Let's go plus. Oh, dang. That's going up. We can get plus 150 on the Athletics. So I'm going to go there. It does scare me a little bit that the betting market is all in on Minnesota, but I will go the other way. Jake and Paul. Paul, I'm assuming you have something golf related?
one golf related and then one golf related thought. So we'll go Shane Lowry, bomber course, 22-1. So a little bit of a sprinkle there. And then I did see Ryan Noonan from 444 and BetSports tweet this, and he tweeted it. It's not like it was behind a paywall for his content or anything, but the idea of parlaying Rory this week and Scotty next week, that pays out about 20-1. So something to think about. But shout out to him. Once I plugged it in, I was like, oh, that's a pretty good number.
Yeah, because Scotty's off this week, right? He's not playing in Canada. I don't think he's playing. Like I looked at the board yesterday.
He's not.
I don't think he's playing.
Nope.
Jake? We're back. I'm not backing down. 6-1 is the consensus number. Cags to hit a home run today. Michaelis, terrible hard hit rates, terrible fly ball rates. I think the Cardinals used a ton of guys in their bullpen yesterday. So I'm going Cags again. Home run. Today's the day. I like the Royals to win in general, too, plus money. I think they're about to go on a run here. Noah Cameron's been awesome for them. And I do also like Eric Kratz's thought about the Phillies today with Mick Abel on the mound, so I'll take them on the money line, too. Also, really quick, everybody in Sam's replies that Jacob Wilson's just going to win. He missed yesterday's game with a neck injury, and it sounds like he's going to miss the next couple of games. So, wiggle room here.
He's a singles hitter. All he does is hit singles.
I don't understand.
I was going to jump into your replies too, Sam, but it didn't seem like you needed the help. So I just let you cook.
All the people that were like, oh, Jack Keggs ain't winning. I don't care if he wins. If you have 40-1 and there's a 5-1, you did your job. People are so dumb, man.
A lot of times people that just don't understand betting. Because the real story is all of them would take 40-1. If they could make that bet, they would take it. But they're probably mad that they didn't jump in at the time. They weren't listening when we said, it's happening soon. Go in and get Cags right now. Yeah, stupidity. Of course he's more likely to win. Because he's got like 60 games in his back pocket, and he's up by 2.5 wins as far as that goes in WAR. Anyways. All right, we're back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.